Hello! Hello, my little cultist followers. How is everyone? Did you miss me? I've been gone a mere 10 days. Week and a half. But for you guys, I'd be like maybe 4 streams. I was very lug deficient, I'm very sorry. It was necessary. It was a necessary little vacation. It was a wonderful little vacation. But now we're here. We're back. I have lots of things to talk about with you. But first, we get into Animal Crossing. Talk to me. What'd I miss? What have you guys been up to while I was gone? What things were happening? What things weren't happening that should be? Ah, shiny Latios and Latios? Ooh! Yippee! Very nice. Congratulations. Tis officially winter time in Animal Crossing land. I believe I believe it's the 15th or 12th. Won't be able to attend Christmas anything really. Fret not, I won't be streaming Christmas Eve or Christmas Day unless it's like super late. So you won't be missing anything on that. IRL. Oh, wait, why not? I do have a little treat. I got myself an Almond Joy because I haven't had one in a long time. I believe I've already done my dailies. So we have no fossils to pick up, no bottle to find. Everyone moved hours away in opposite directions. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's very unfortunate. Let's see. So today is the current day, which, for me, it is December 22nd. Yeah, nothing new. I say nothing new. Sorry, I'm eating. However, we did get a new resident. I did play while we were gone. And we got Matilda after 97 tickets. So she is now living with us, which is another favorited villager, another wishlisted villager. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10. Which is really good. So now we have the majority. Hi, Possum. Majority of the villagers that we've wanted so far. I did play Animal Crossing to keep up with dailies while I was gone, so we are not missing any streaks. I did do a little teeny tiny bit of decorating. Nothing major. I did want to save the big major areas for stream, but I have been daily making perfect snowboys. Case in point, I figured out the formula when I first started playing Animal Crossing. Which is you look at your little Animal Crossing character, your little guy. You want the head to be right about your neckline, which is like right where your head meets your little body. And you want the body of the snow boy to be at just under your eye level. Or like right about where your little nose, the top of your little round nose is. Somewhere in that, like sort of the middle of your head. I am skilled. I have made one not perfect snow boy, but he was near perfect. And so my little, where is it? Snow Maestro. I am one off. So it started snowing. Okay, yeah, it started snowing the 11th. So and you only make one per day. So I am one off. But alas, that is okay. Yes, let me see. There's Matilda. I've not ever been able to get into her house, so I have no idea what it looks like on the inside. Every time that I've played, no matter what the time is, she is always outside and working out with her little Joey in her pouch. And her little catchphrase is "wee baby," which I thought is both cute and weird. But there she is. And this is her house. I have not decorated it because I wanted to save that for stream. I also... Let's see. The beach that's right where the pier is in, I guess if you're looking at the coordinates, F1. I cleared out all of the flowers from there, the rainbow flowers. I basically just kind of hid them behind the housing cliff, so you'll never see them, but they are there to keep the 5-star rating of various flowers. But now we have a whole big section of beach to work with as well. Of the minor decorating, it really wasn't much. I think it was just like a couple things here and there. Hi, Lucky. Okay, thanks. Thanks, little man. When this thing in a giveaway, we already had one. But something my voice said you might like it, so here you go. Bugs are usually right. Yeah, so I put like a couple of these little wheat patches here. I did take out all of the bushes and replace them with hedges, because I realized I didn't want the seasonal hedges, seasonal bushes. I don't think there's a plain bush that exists. So now they are single or doubled up hedge fences. And they're just kind of around. But I actually like sort of this like dynamic look of the like H-shaped hedges. I think they look really neat and they add a little bit of pizzazz. I put this little thing up here, I put this here. I threw around a couple different little pillars and broken pillars and things like that. So not a whole lot actually happened. It looks relatively the same. But this is all cleared out. This was full of every single one flower, every single color, so that's cleared. I think I probably threw a couple different flowers places. So we have options. We have things to do, but we shall work on those. It's so pretty. Holy shit! Oh my god! Is that Merc? Is that the big titty goth kitty? Oh my god! And the island's nice too. That's crazy. Let me throw shit in storage. I do have a very nice collection of large snowflakes because you can only get them from the snowboys. I've been wanting to give that to Matilda. So we can just do that. Okay. Tossing those, tossing that, we keep that. Taking this and we're running away. So, chat, we have two main areas to decorate. You know I'm stuffing my face with barbecue chips in your honor since the stores won't stock them for you anymore. Nah! I appreciate it. You're such a trooper. I'm sure they do, I just haven't looked. It is not a like high priority item, unfortunately, when we go grocery shopping. But I'm sure they're still around by me. But, chat, we have this whole section of beach here to decorate. We also have Matilda's yard to decorate. I'm not sure how I want to decorate Matilda's yard. It's a good ass beach. It's pretty sizable. Definitely a lot of space to do things. I've also started giving favored villagers little wreaths on their houses. Everyone so far has a different wreath. Mooney! Happy holidays, thank you. You as well. So Lucky has lily wreath. I gave, because Zell's favorite color is purple and it kind of fits, so he got the pansy wreath. I want to give Matilda this purple hyacinth wreath, but I can't give her one yet because she's only been here a couple days. Kiki got the cosmos wreath. I think Marlo got the tulip wreath? Yeah. Muffy got the black and purple rose. And Marla got the tulips. Eventually they are gonna start sort of doubling up because there's not that many black flowers. But that is what it'll be. So, chat, where do I want to start? Do we start with Matilda's yard? Though it is quite small, so I'm not sure how much I can really put in here. Or do we start with the beach? And I might also need to move this tree because that is kinda in the way. Start with the yard. Okay. Good call, good call. Alright, let's throw this bad boy down. As we do. Maybe Matilda would be easier. You guys are so smart. Alright, we're gonna move the tree. Unfortunately, it is decorated, so that means it does get undecorated, but it's fine. Y'all ever just eat like a whole raw tomato? Delicious. Galaxy Brain Chat, you guys are so smart. I did miss you guys a little bit. I will say, I did miss you guys a little bit. I know I wasn't super... Only little... Okay, I miss you guys a lot a bit. Okay, you got me. I know I wasn't super active.
Mom didn't neglect me,
I did not neglect my son, Bartholomew. He actually came with me on the trip. He was with me the entire time. Did you even miss... What did you miss even discussing little me fingies? Oh, thank you for the glasses. Thank you for reminding me to open Mix It Up because I knew I was forgetting something and didn't remember what it was. But hi, Ruby. Well, that might go off in a second. If it doesn't, I'll proc it again. Open that. Okay, hold on. So this is open, certainly. Can I auto trigger it? No. Hold on. Wait. There we go. And water, thank you. I have a sparkling liquid death. Squeezed to death flavored. AKA orange. So we got this going on, but yes, I did miss you guys. I know I wasn't super active in the Discord, but that is because I tend to not be on my phone when I am with company or with somebody. So like if I visit my father, my dad, I don't really look at my phone too much. If I'm hanging out with Mew and Snack, my phone's usually down. I was visiting Pookie, so I did not look at my phone too often while I was with Pookie. So unfortunately I wasn't super active and I apologize, but that doesn't mean that I didn't still lurk in the background, thank you. And I did like seeing the memes and the sillies. Hope you had a good time on vacation. I did. I had a very lovely time. Thank you, thank you. I'm happy and sad to be back. Sad because it means I am again away from Pookie, but happy because I did miss streaming. I missed seeing my friends. I missed seeing family, especially that it's holiday time. So it's bittersweet, but I know that I will see Pookie again. We did discuss maybe another trip happening, obviously next year, because this is the end of the year, but we're aiming for maybe March-ish? So that'll be discussed more as the time comes. But for now, we're here. So, I'm not sure what to decorate Matilda's yard as, because everyone has like a little theme. So we have Kiki as sort of this like fortune teller, nature-y-esque thing. Muffy also has a lot of nature-y plant things, but she also has like this apothecary sort of thing going on. Glad you love my nails. They're really cute. I do like them. They're very festive, very appropriate for the season. I need to do my nails again, because I do them every couple weeks, roughly. I don't do holiday-related nails, typically, and unfortunately. I mean, not entirely. Like, I could if I wanted to, but I don't typically, because I'm not very holiday-oriented. So I'm thinking on what I want to do for my next set of nails. Let's see, Marlo has like a little library going on. Them being holiday themed was not my intention. That's really funny. They're very appropriate for the holiday, especially if you celebrate Christmas. Do my hair? That's a thought. Oh, hi. Sorry, Marlo. Didn't mean to... Pardon. Sorry. Um, my... It's not a bad idea. I don't do my hair too often. I kind of keep it one of 3 ways. Just because I'm not very skilled in that department. I missed a whole ass fucking... Get this shit out of here. That's not what I meant. Do your hair as your nails. Oh, like the black and red gradient? I could certainly try. That is a thought. I'm not opposed to it. I think I might do a variation of that, where it's black and red, but I have one that's like red glitter. So I might do that as like an accent. Maybe. That is a thought. Where am I? Whee! So many weeds. That's what I have. Wow! I have a lot of nail polish from Mooncat. So I think they have really nice polish. Where would... Sorry, hold on. Oh, we can add Matilda's photo into the sanctuary. I have a lot of Mooncat nail polish because they tend to make more alternative colors as opposed to like the standard normal nail polish companies. I have branched out a smidgen because one of my coworkers, who legitimately has a collection of over 300 different nail polishes, asked if I wanted any, and I said sure, because why not expand my little collection. She's also specified that even if she has used them, it was maybe once or twice, and I know that she's very clean and very diligent because she does her nails like every 2 days. So I was like, sure, fuck it, I'll take some. So I now have a couple from Jamberry, a couple from... Oh, what are you guys? Fresh Paint, which I guess is like a Five Below or like a dollar store brand, which honestly was kind of banger. It is a little smelly though, but if you have good ventilation, it's not too bad. Where the fuck is all the fencing? Because I don't think I ran out. What section is the fencing in? Other? That makes sense. Hold on. I need like that. Did I? There we go. I'm like, I know I didn't run out of them. I purposely made like 2 stacks of 50 to make sure that I had enough. As a man who is full of testosterone and muscle, talk of nails and hair frightens me. AKA the tab with 3 colon. Forgot to like put it away. No, hold on to it. Yeah, this. I have sorted by type. So it wasn't up here. Mushrooms. Shred gyroids. There we go. Okay. Was it after the fossils? Get it. We'd find it eventually. That's okay. Alright, let's get... excuse me. Get those out. Ugh. So, chat. Thank you. How do we want to decorate her yard? Thank you, thank you. I am tempted to go sort of like the nursery route, only because she does carry a little babby with her. Little Matilda Jr., I guess. You shall be blessed. Thank you. Blessings to all. I'm tempted to make it like a little nursery-esque thing. I don't think I have any nursery-esque furniture, however. So I'd have to go hunting for that. Otherwise, I do have instruments. And I do have like... I had the idea for a while. I just didn't know where I want to put it. And I'm thinking probably the beach, just because it has space. But I had the idea to do like a big, like, outdoor cookout type of thing. Let's get all the way back up here. Because at some point I had gotten a couple different, like, these, the brick oven, the stonework oven, yeah, like the dessert case, standing shop sign, the little grill, yeah, those things. Forgot I got a couple of those. Yeah, like these, the little soup kettle, the chafing dishes, giant stew pot thing. So like there was a thought to have a little outdoor cooking area. Just did some back of napkin math for how long it would take to change file system on my server. It would take 461 days. Well, I'll see you in a year and about a year and a third, give or take. Almost a year and a third, roughly. That's crazy. Good luck. Wait, that's to transfer my files off. So 922 days to put the files back. Okay, I'll see you in 3 years. Sorry to hear that. Good luck. But yes, that was a thought, was to make like a little outdoor eatery type of something. I do have a couple different like music things. The amp, the mic, piano. That her yard unfortunately isn't super big. At least it doesn't feel like it's super duper big. Because Kiki's is inherently larger because hers is at the end. Thank you. It is also next to this like little pond, so it does feel like it sort of extends out over that way. Matilda's feels pretty small, and then whoever's plot, Eunice, right now, feels a little bit bigger. I think that's just because of how the spacing got to be. So unfortunately, Matilda doesn't have a very big yard. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. But I can get you the items you need. Well, the issue being I don't know what items I need. I appreciate it, but I don't know what items I would need. If I go with like a nursery type of thing, I'm pretty sure there's a cradle. Or like a bassinet type of something. I do have toy boxes. I do have plushies. Like how would you make a nursery? Like what? You can get the kids' tent. Okay, I might have one. Or I can... Well, let me see if I do have one. I feel like I might. Maybe. I've had some, for sure. Okay, it looks like maybe not, but I do have, like, the dreamy toys. Tin robot. So that would be something. Little book piles for reading. I'm trying to think, like, what does a nursery look like? I am unfortunately the youngest of siblings. So don't have a visionary of what a nursery looks like in my head, besides like a cradle or bassinet and toys and books and such. Yeah, I might take you up on that offer of items. Whatever you think might work for like a nursery, and you don't have to worry about the color because I can just go to Cyrus and change the color as needed. So I guess for now we'll put like a little pause on Matilda's yard. I gotcha. Hell yeah. Let's see if it'll let me put it here. Oh, it does. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, no more lights because we removed it, but I guess in the meantime, let's move to the beach. Oh, excuse me. I do want Annabelle out. She, as cute as she is, don't forget her sign. I do have to make a sign. I don't think I have her face. Did I find one for... Oh, I did find one for her face. It's sort of similar to Kiki's. Okay, so we will also do that. I might have to make another wooden sign, but that's okay. We'll do that in a bit. Okay, so let's put this up here. There we go. So we have this whole big section to work with. All the way to about up here, because really, it's a lot of space. It's a lot of space to fill. So, I do kind of want to keep the pier clear. because in less than a month, January 15, we get the Animal Crossing update, which we get the hotel, which extends the pier out. So I don't want to put anything on the pier, just in case something happens with it. Yeah, okay. I should have known. It's fine. But I am thinking about... We're gonna push this forward, actually. Perfect. I am thinking about kind of extending this portion of the beach and maybe making another little abandoned house thing. So I really like how this turned out, despite there being like gaps, but that's just kind of how sizing worked out. So many ideas. But let me tell you about my little vacation, because it was quite lovely. It was quite nice. Unfortunately, it, in my eyes, was not super eventful, but like that was sort of purposeful. We did stay in for most of the time because A, it's wintertime and it's cold. B, we just enjoyed each other's company as best as we could. So, yeah, you know. But we did go out. Did you give this Pookie person a lot of hugs? I did. I also gave them a lot of kisses. Lots of physical love and attention. Sounds worth it to me then. It was worth it to me. It was great. It was lovely. I did end up making a bunch more of these arches and things too. Let's see. Get this out too, I think. Sorry, I'm just kind of like grabbing shit and like not thinking too hard on it. It should be okay for now. But it's very worth it. We did, he did treat me to a sushi date one night. There's a local nearby sushi place that was very yummy, very delicious. I did cook for a night because I promised that I would do that. I made yummy white chicken chili. Not exactly how I would have made it. I did cut some of the spice because I didn't know the roommate's spice tolerance, so I did kind of make it a little less spicy, but it still turned out really yummy. Let's see, what else? Unwholesome Dev, hi! Welcome in. How are you? Snoozing? No problem. I'm just yapping about my little vacation that I've just came back from. Not a foodie, but I'm sure it was good. Everyone liked it, so that was certainly a plus. Oh god, how do I make a wooden sign? Ugh. That's not... There it is. Nope. Ick. Okay, it is regular wood. That's what I thought. So we did that. We did order out a couple times, but just cause. Oh yeah! Forgot to ask last time, how do you make your pronoun shop? I am curious of that too, because I would like to spread the word around. For anyone that would want their pronouns known. I didn't get any crafting for the custom things. Here is... Here it is. Your chat can do that. Yeah, for some people, it's on there. If you look in the chat box, it's in the top right of like the little text box. So it'll be like the name is the top left, top right is the pronouns. I'm okay. The next 2 days, I have 2 gatherings to go to, and then 3 days, I'm in the train to France, where I am, and I'm deprived. I'm so sorry. Remember Twitch / a plugin asking me. Oh. I will look into it more. What software am I using? Define. For the chat box? Oh, well, I'll say Stream Elements. I want to say Stream Elements. I can double check in a second. Okay, hold on. Where is chat box? Chat. Yeah, Stream Elements. But I semi-programmed it myself, where... So I don't use anything from Stream Elements itself, just the programming aspect. All the assets were bought from someone, the same someone that made the overlay, the starting, ending, BRB screens. It's all the same artist. And they were very nice and put a little helpful guide of how to set up the chat box so that it does what it needs to. So, short answer, Stream Elements. Where is... There it is. That one. For some reason I want this to be like tied together. It's like little thing. Seems like support on it is fragmented. Multiple people have their own solution, so no idea what one we're using. I'll look into it a little later, just to see where that might be. Okay, so we have this little space going on. I'm thinking well, we have bad boys here. Actually, I kept the custom kits out. Because I do need to customize some things. One more. Okay. So I do want to customize the parasol. I think I need to do that with some of the storefronts. Oh no, I'd need to take this Cyrus, okay. I think I found it. Without sharing a direct link. Chat pronoun badges. Oh. Okay, okay. Yeah, because if you did share a link, I think my chat blocks it. So let me look that up here. Yep, Twitch chat pronouns. Follow Twitch. That's me. Primary. Oh. Okay, interesting. That's very simple and very straightforward. There you go. So my pronouns in that a minute ago. Let's see if it works. In the recommended 15 minutes. Yeah, I also just did it. So we'll see how that works. Yeah, please allow 15 minutes for the changes to take effect. Interesting. Change mine to any there. We'll see. Well, currently, still says he, they, but we'll give it the estimated 15 minutes and we'll come back. In the meantime, we're gonna take a little inspiration from the people go by it, or is that like for bot? No, some people do go by it or its. Sort of in the similar vein as like they, them. Maybe I can't speak for other people, right? But the thought might maybe be they don't prefer they, them, or the other alternative pronouns like the je, je, mission is almost complete. Yippee! I appreciate your help. So it and its is an option. There's 8 billion different pronouns out in the world. I've seen all sorts for, I will say, empty your pockets. Uh-oh, okay. That is understandable. On Blue Sky, I have seen, because I do follow someone, or rather a content person, and they made an extension where you can pick your pronouns, and it does put it on your profile. Alright, let's put Tread back. Oops. I mean, I can't fully empty my pockets, but whatever can't be emptied, it can just sit on the floor, and I'm okay with that. But I've seen all sorts of pronouns for, and I mean this respectfully, but like there's humanoid tags, there's also non-humanoid tags. Ow, thank you. So it really just depends per person, and there's nothing wrong with those. I've seen like buns as a thing, or kits as a thing. I don't understand much of it, but good for them. Yeah, it's just a way to identify yourself. I'm gonna close out of that. I will open the gate. Technically speaking, I go by she, her, but you could really call me anything as long as it is respectful. I have multiple times while I've been working, have been called sir, accidentally. Thank you for the feet in the water. Oh, thank you. Because I have horrible morning voice, and it does pitch my voice down like an octave, so I do sound more masculine. I took no offense to it. All my friends. Now this is just for Ruby. I've had people mistake me as a girl over chat and I don't correct them. Right, like, it's not meant to be rude 9 times out of 10, right? So, like, I don't really get offended unless, you know, like, you can usually tell when it's meant to be mean versus not, you know? So, I usually don't get offended, and I usually don't care. So, you could really call me anything. She, her, they, them, he, him. It's as long as it's respectful. But I do prefer she, her. It's an interesting time. Well, Miss Ruby, just don't call me late to dinner? Exactly. Easy peasy. Miss Ruby, my gate is open. We stand. Yeah, we're very self-positive chat here. I want everyone to feel safe and included and welcome. Hi, late to dinner? Damn. I thought we just talked about this. Don't call me late to dinner. Come on. That's crazy. But yeah, I hope I have succeeded in making everyone feel safe and welcome here. I do get a little uncomfy with sexual jokes. But some of them I do pass because Pinar is pretty funny. Oh shit, I'm getting cancelled. Shocked it's taken this long. That's crazy. Yeah, sexual jokes are not super welcome. Hi KH, welcome in. But if it's silly hee hee, dick jokes are funny, Pinar is funny. Past that, I'm just like, eh, eh. I am the type of ace or asexual that is sex avoidant. Sexual topics make me uncomfy, but you guys are pretty good about it, which I am thankful for. Real sexual jokes can be hella uncomfy unless they come across silly. Yes, the silly ones are good. Overly explicit ones, you know. But you guys are pretty good, and I'm very, very happy about that. If there is ever a time, and I haven't had to do this often, but there's been a couple of times where I will stop doing whatever I'm doing, whatever I'm talking about, and I will address whoever it is in chat, be like, hey, please don't. I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. Please don't make those kinds of comments, kinds of names, wordings, whatever. Only time I've seen chat go past the line is when I confuse that arm bone with a lady bit. See, that's fine because that was like a genuine like oopsie. Had a very bad experience yesterday with such in a chat. Oh no! I'm so sorry. No, I'm pretty good. I read chat pretty regularly, as you guys can tell. But I'm pretty good about keeping boundaries, keeping the line where I want it. Do you want a respectful air hug? Chat, can we give one wholesome dev a respectful air hug? A little head pat, mayhaps. Ooh! I like the cracked doll, porcelain doll looking makeup, face paint. I forget what it's called. Very nice, very nice. Like hundreds of miles of air. Alright, my dear, start dropping shit off. Start dropping it. We shall artsy table, kid tent, little bear, baby shelves. Alright, we're just gonna take all we can. Whatever I don't use, I'll go in storage. Castle wall. Hold on. I don't need those. Clothing rack. Pillars. I do have 8 billion pillars, but I can have 8 billion more. Cube light. Zufo. I thought you had a cloning game for a second. We do look quite similar. Unfortunately, the customization for Animal Crossing is a little bit limited. The customization really comes from I'll drop it for now. Comes from whatever you make. So like face paint, custom clothes. Dress up doll. Interesting. Fountain. Give chair. Okay, okay. I see. Thank you. It's much appreciated. I appreciate everything being dropped off here. I will goal pull. I'm just checking out everything because I didn't quite read all of it. Cube light. Oh, thank you. Castle gates, castle wall. Imperial. Thank you. Crescent moon chair. I did debate that. That might go behind her house. Cube lights. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Have a safe flight. Appreciate it. I'm gonna go to Cyrus. Oh, sorry. That was my hand. We're gonna go talk to Cyrus, get things customized. See how far I can customize things. Oh, you know what? I should drop out some things in the storage because I do have the co-op with Mortimer? Old Man Turtle. Server room is on the other side of the house. Nothing works remotely first try. Ugh. Tragic. Horrible. Tragic. Awful. Okay. Let me go drop off a little bit of things. Okay. Nothing is away. Put a few things. Because I do appreciate the castle things. I don't think I'm gonna use them for the yard. Not sure what that is quite yet. We have a couple kid tents. Ever thought of just living in the server room in Texas heat? No. Getting more castle items to restock. Oh, thank you. Not sure where else to put them because it was primarily for my house, like the little church house. That didn't quite pan out as I wanted. It's close enough, so we'll take it. I do appreciate it. Maybe I will use it somewhere else. I just don't know where quite yet. We'll figure that out. Fountain, that's okay. We'll leave those couple things here. To Cyrus, to Harv's Island. Okay. I want to travel. Yes. I die if the temps go above 28 degrees Celsius. Oh. We do have a good mix of people that either really like the heat or really like the cold in this chat. Unfortunately, I do use freedom units, so I don't quite know the math to know what 28 degrees Celsius is, but I can imagine it's quite warm. Let's see. $82.4. Okay. Yeah, that's quite toasty. Thank you for headpads. So many headpads today. How much? I'm gonna need more money. Withdraw. Or much I can get out of that. 82 is nice weather. I'm not in Texas since it's humid as fuck. Whoa. Chat. His whole ass. Pinar is out. This one's fake because he's got a little book. So it's not real. What you got in here? Unfortunately, nothing I want. I wish Kicks would... Yeah, Pinar. Yep. Right there. Flashback to my previous attic apartment where I had to sleep in 38C. Oh my god. That's certainly over 100. Or around 100. I'm so sorry. That sucks. 100? Yeah. I guesstimated. I guesstimated correctly. No, but that sounds horrid, and I'm so sorry. What you got? What you got, Leaf? I haven't checked your store yet. Potats, tomats, hyacinth, and tulips. Yeah, that sounds awful, and I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. I sure am. Sending a lot of cool air pads. Yes. Well, it's winter time now, so it shouldn't be much cooler. It's cheap rent. I pay like 2.5 as much, or 2.5 times as much in rent for a well-climated apartment, at least. Well, as long as it's worth it, that's the important part. Cool. The artsy table do look nice. Little guy. Shirt? You can get a little shirt? Oh fuck. Wait a second. Chat, I have the perfect little shirt for this man. Bam. You have a sick home lab. Another bear, dreamy shells. There we go. I do appreciate the not quite Care Bears. In game, the dreamy plushies. Too expensive, too much space. Yeah, that's fair. Sounds cool, but has no value to me to justify. Understandable. Oh, whoa. Oh, this is straight up just fucking Barbies. Or like Bratz doll. This is so neat. I love this. This is really like inclusive. I have a server rack between the size of a mini and normal fridge. Oh, good night. Good night, wholesome dev. I do appreciate the inclusivity of this, of the different skin tones and hair types. That's quite neat. Ooh. Gothic dress. Interesting, interesting. I was thinking of dolls and toys. I do see. I didn't realize I had this. The dreamy bed is supposed to be a cradle. Oh. Okay. Is there not like an actual cradle? Am I crazy? I thought there was like a cradle. There isn't one? I swear I thought there was. Yeah, gribble. I just might be crazy then. Baby chair. I'll do a little paw print. I mean, obviously, if there isn't one, right? There isn't one. There's not much you can do about it. Crane game. Ooh. Angry, evil things. There's Newton's cradle. Maybe it's not called a cradle. Maybe it's called a bassinet. Oh. Oh, sick. Little alien dudes. That's why I'm just kind of seeing what you actually got me. Cradle you're talking about is Pocket Camp? Maybe that's where I'm remembering it. No, not bayonet. Bassinet. Cypress. Filler. Cube light. Oh. That is in fact, oh, that looks kind of weird. Having the like patterns over it. Interesting. Oh yeah, that does not look great with patterns over it. That looks kind of strange. That looks okay, like sort of just like quilted on it. Cube, gazebo. Yeah, bassinet. It's essentially a cradle. I think very slightly different. It might be like lower to the ground instead of like a taller cradle. Intent. Petition. Dreamy bed. Okay. That is really cute. I do like that. Chair. Yeah. I did debate this. This might go behind her house. In all honesty. Purple. Purple. Let's see. Cube light. Yes. I mean, put shit in storage. After whatever I don't use, it'll just be in storage because I have enough space in here to do such. Okay, let's get things out of storage that I would also want to custom. Whee! Okay. Yeah, hold on. Let me... I swear... I have like a catalog thing. Yeah, Newton's Cradle. No. I swear, I thought I saw one. Category. Ugh. Forgot to customize the cube light. I'm gonna leave them as they are for just a moment. Because I don't have a black cube light. Was that not that one? Oh, okay. Hold on. I swear I thought I saw something very akin to it's gray. Oh. Baby bed? Is that what I'm thinking of? Yeah, I guess so. Baby bed exists. It's like a $1 one, which is kind of goofy looking. Can we start stream elements to see if the things work? Yeah, hold on. Where is this one? Refresh. Okay. Gender check. E. My gender's gone. Yeah, mine didn't show up either. Interesting. Interesting. Where is... I'm gonna pin this. Till end of stream. Try that again. I'm on Twitch. Does it need to... No? Does it need anything else? Is it browser specific? Because I use Opera. I use the gamer Opera. But I do see... Squared. I do see Chrome. What I'm going to assume is Firefox. And Microsoft Edge. So maybe I have to log into it via Chrome. It'll do it. Oh well, back to Eep. Sorry to disturb your Eep. Have a good Eep. Yeah, it might just take a while, which is okay. It's good to just have it anyways. Let's see. Yeah, bunch of kid tent, which is good. Yeah, cube light. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with the cube lights. Because there's not like a black cube. And I don't like putting a pattern on it. So I may or may not use them. I do have a bunch of candles, which also work. 800 billion books. I do have a bunch of plushies. We do have options. It's definitely a good starting point. Because again, Matilda's yard isn't huge. So we will make do with the space that we have. Anything else? No. No thanks. I'll check out everyone's things while we're here. What do you got? Whoa. Lab wall! Looks sick as fuck, actually. Circuit board flooring, operating room flooring, that's concerning. Monochrome wavy rug. Not gonna lie. I just want to have that. I just want it, like, logged. That looks sick as hell. Nope, we're good there. Okay. Let's head back. Ready to go home. Yeah, not sure what to do with the cube lights. Not sure if I want to use them for the yard or maybe somewhere else. Unknown. During my visit, um, because, though my partner hasn't streamed in a while, they do stream every now and then. And, as streamers do, we have other streamer friends. So it was quite funny to, sort of accidentally join in on his friends' streams. Because we would hang out in his room. I would be kind of chilling on his bed doing whatever I was doing, which was either art commissions or catching up on Animal Crossing or playing my own games and just like hanging out. And I would have his friends' streams pulled up with him streaming, not streaming with them, but like on their stream, like he's playing with them on stream. And I would sort of banter in the background of some of these friend streams. It was quite fun. It was quite cute. And I've been acquaintanced to these friends. They're all very nice people, very nice individuals. So hopefully I get to know them a little more. It sounds like everyone's pretty chill there, as most people tend to be. You know what, we're gonna move this again. So we can do Matilda's yard. But it is silly goofy. There was the running joke that I got kidnapped and he's holding me hostage at gunpoint, and it was just silly goofy fun. Good sign when you like your partner's friends. That is, it is. I definitely will agree to that. Because my partner talks about me to various parties, his coworkers, his friends. One of them was legitimately and genuinely concerned that he was abusing me because of the jokes that we make. I can confirm I am perfectly fine. I am not being abused. I'm not a hostage. I thought it was really sweet though that the friend was so concerned. But after like hearing me laugh and giggle and like feed into some of the jokes, I'm like, oh, okay, no, this is fine. I thought it was really sweet. But like really silly. I do kind of want to use the plaza bench here, I think. But yeah, no, it was quite cute, quite nice. Very silly, very fun. I think I do, maybe at some point as I get to know them a little bit better, maybe reach out for doing collabs in some things. Because I do want to have more collabs with more friends and more people. Oh, that's what that is. Okay, I was trying to figure out like what the fuck is goal pole? And why can't I customize it? It's the Mario item. Okay. I was like, what are you? What is this? Let's get some of these out. This, these. Oddly enough, I had dolls growing up, like Barbies and Bratz and the like. I didn't care for them very much, and like the baby dolls also didn't care for them very much as a child and growing up, but I did adore and love plushies, and that has carried on to me being an adult because I think these like plushies are far cuter than these dolls. These are very lovingly made, clearly, because they look great, but I just don't care for them. But I think I will still put them out because they do look quite nice. They do look like they were well thought out. Let's go up here really quick. But the question now begs of, did you guys have a favorite toy or thing growing up? Love Bratz. Stuffies are top tier though. I am partial to plushies. I might want to move this over right there. I will say I do appreciate the fashion sense that dolls gave, especially like Bratz, Barbies, any like Polly Pocket. Really showing my age here. I do appreciate the fashion sense that they gave and like the creativity outlet that way. But I don't know. Just wasn't for me. It wasn't what I wanted. I was thinking about this recently. I love the little Wall-E toy that you could fully disassemble. I was so sad I lost the parts. No! That sounds so cute. That sounds so charming. Oh, okay. Play a lot with Sonic Mario plushies my brothers passed down to me when I was a kid. Aww. That's so sweet too. Well, that was perfect. Let's go. Little Heidi corner. Okay, we'll come back to this momentarily. Because these were the things I definitely wanted to have up here, space-wise. Because I am counting this as like part of their yard. That like little back portion. As that very much is indicative here. Love the little tent up there. I think it's really cute. It's a little cozy hideout. Very sweet, very cute. I do like the crescent moon. It's like a nice little like flavor. And it is a chair, so you can just kind of sit in it. Alright. I will probably on my own time try to find the, I guess, baby bed as it's called and not cradle. However, we'll do the rest here. So I think the unfaithful chair. What? What do you mean unfaithful chair? What, that you're gonna plummet into the ocean? I hate to tell you, there's a couple things in between there. Let's see. Brother to the country. Have you guys, okay, I'm sorry, weird segue. Have you guys seen, and I cannot confirm whether or not this person is joking when they make this account, but it's, some person going to various hotel rooms and rating their quote-unquote cuck chairs or cuck furniture? Because some hotels are really interesting. Some of them are pretty standard, right? Because like you'll have like just like the one chair in the corner. But some of them have like I assume these are like much nicer hotels that I will probably never see the light of day of, where they'll have like a wall partition, but you can like see through it like sort of like a windowed-esque thing, and there's gonna be like a chair there, or there's like a shower, but like you can see the whole room in the shower, like it's just like a glass box in the room and not like a separate bathroom. Weird, strange things like that, and I think it's so fucking funny. It has to be ironic. I don't think these kinds of people care about their chair part. It's sounds like Vegas hotels. That could be. Because I don't know if these are all American hotels. These could be foreign. These could be like cough cough Japanese specific hotels, cough cough. Or like I don't know. European hotels, could be like really specific other I have no clue. No clue. But it's so funny while they rate them because they'll give them like a legitimate rating of like, oh, it's like 5 out of 10, 8 out of 10, 9.3 out of 10, like some like numerical value, and explain the pros and cons of said furniture or structure. And I think it's so funny because they'll have like this, like, they don't show themselves, but they'll have like this slow pan of the room of like where the chair is and then the proximity of, I guess, the bed or wherever you would be watching. Cough, cough. I just think it's so funny. Like, it'll just be an empty room. We need a certified 0 to 10 scale. Yeah, no, it's so goofy. And I don't follow them specifically, but I will randomly see them come across my page, and I just think it's so goofy silly. Oh, you know what I should do? I should put like the little quilted pattern up here. Like this. And just get as much of this, like, okay, not very much. It'll just be like a little 3x2, I guess, because I don't want it being patterned out like that. This way. There we go. And then we'll put this back. There we go. Perfect. As perfect as it can be. There we go. So they're not fully just laying or sitting in the snow for now, or like the ground. Okay, so I think I do want another little quilt here, and we'll put that as the sort of play area, I guess, where we'll have like the plushies and the shelf for the plushies. So I think that would be appropriate. Haha, who would want reviews for that? Haha. But where are they so I can avoid it? My only source is Instagram. I have no other way to tell you. I'm sorry. I don't even know like their username. I assume it's something akin of like Cuck Chair Raider or something. I have no idea. I would assume that it would be probably along the lines of... Okay, so... Cockfinder XXX69420. Twitch hated that. Twitch hated that for sure. I had to auto-mod it. I had to give it the okay. That's so funny. I think I'll put the little bench here. Okay, or not. One moment. There we go. Yeah, that was crazy. I was just like, actually no. I hate that. That was horrible. There we go. So now we have Mama Matilda hang out, watch her little one. If the Joey ever, I guess, were to come out of the pouch. Dreamy shells. I almost wanna... Yeah, like there. So unfortunately the tree does sort of block the yard a bit, so I might move the tree elsewhere afterwards. But we'll... Let's see. Dresser, bed, chair. Put the books up here. We'll put the little chair right in there. Actually, no, we'll move this a little bit. In here. I remember when I said something about how I was shoplifting with my butt and Twitch gave me a pop-up that said something like, that seems hateful? That's wild. How would that be hateful? In what way? Cryptic's butt's a hate crime? Okay, I guess so. For some reason I thought... I know there's different sizes of bear. I thought there was a smaller one than this, but I guess not. So I can't have it be, like, too small. Put the little rabbit there. Those kind of had toys strewn about, I think. We'll put... Where is this? Actually, I think we'll... Nope. The chair squeaks. That's really cute. I didn't realize it did that. Okay, we're moving this out the way temporarily. Squeak! Yeah, it's just a little squeaky. Okay, we'll put these here. Oop. Didn't mean to do that. And we'll put... Put this here. I hate that this leans off the side, just like a little bit, but so be it. That's what it is. Whoa. I'll put... a bouquet up here. So I think this is really cute. Sit in the baby chair. We just did. We just heard it go squeak. Keep watching the clip of you reacting to Frankie. You mimicking her is cute. Squeak. Yeah, I do that with cats. Oh, speaking of, I'm like, I'll just remember random things to tell you guys. While I was there, during my little vacation, we were also cat sitting. We just there happened to be a little cat that one of the roommates' friends needed to drop off and have watch. If you're in my Discord, you would have seen Mr. Salem. He is a 9-year-old black cat. He's chonky. He is a chubby little man. He also has a very squeaky, crispy sounding meow. Oh no, hold on. There we go. Sure. Couple different bears. And he was so sweet. And he was so chatty. Where the fuck? You were just here. Where the fuck did you go? Ma'am? Matilda? Where the fuck did you go? Okay. This is quite cute. He was so sweet, and he loved attention, he loved being pet, but he also hated being touched. It was such a conflict. I did learn maybe halfway through the visit that he likes feet. He likes being petted with feet. So I spent a good amount of time petting him with my feet. Oh. Yeah, that was just sort of how that turned out. He also liked to be near shoes, which was also like a thing. So, yeah, so like someone would get home from presumably working. Hi, Dom. Welcome in. And Salem would sniff whoever's shoes when they got home and would then get the zoomies and just kind of run around for a little bit. My sister's cat, Selly, loves to lick my sister's legs when she gets out of the shower. Interesting. I did have a cat like that growing up, where he just liked to lick the water off of someone, like legs, arms, whatever, was within distance, I guess. Cryptic, what are the odds? Oh my goodness. I'm not sure. Don't think I want to use the dreamy bed. It is very, very cute. I don't know where I would put it. Bus! Subscribe for 21 months. Oh my goodness. Welcome home. Hello. Oh, Bun. Wow, everyone's just getting on in here, huh? Crazy. I want, like... Hello! How are you? How are you, Bus? I want, like, another... I want something like this. Just, like, another little table. Kind of throwback here. I could put other things on it. Heard you're making a farm on your island. I've come to see it. For me, my little farm, I do have a little farm going. Let me run over to it. I do in fact have a little farm. So I have a sizable orchard with 6 of every fruit plant. Oh, hi Kiki. And then we do have the actual farm part where it is, I believe, 12 of every crop, minus pumpkins where it's 6 of each color. That is my little farm. This is my little farm right here. I'm always surprised with how much Dom remembers the little things I mention. And that's what makes Dom a good friend. Remembering all the little details you share. Yes, this is my little farm. It's not too grand, but it's enough to definitely have enough to craft and cook things. Now back to our regularly scheduled program of figuring out how to decorate someone's yard. Those tomatoes, yes, there's sugarcane, potatoes, tomatoes, wheat, pumpkins, for different flavors of pumpkins, and sugarcane, if I didn't already say that. Yeah, sugarcane, tomatoes, potatoes, carrots, there we go, wheat, and then 4 flavors of pumpkins. Make some Yomer bagels with those, hell yeah. Breaking news, Dom is a big softie. Wow. How sweet, how nice. How absolutely wonderful. Now we return to Matilda's little yard. I think I am gonna move these because it's making me angry that they hang off the side there. Let's see if that doesn't look a little better on the side. Nope, it looks just as bad. I hate that it's so... Oh my god. Like, just a specific length to hang off the side. Like, that works. Because it's just long. Like, ugh, it looks so bad. It looks so awful. That they just kind of hang out the side like that. Ugh. Anyway, Matilda's yard is going to be very neat, plant-wise, because I believe, as her being a mother to a little Joey, as shown here, she's going to be very aware of plants and things to make sure that her young child doesn't try to get into anything that they shouldn't. Do need a little spot to put the cat. What little thing to put the cat on? Could put on the pillow pile, the Zen cushions. I think that would be reasonable. customize that, I think. Did I just pass it? I think I did. I did. Okay. Like that. Let me get the custom kits out and a crafting table. Workbench, whatever you want to call that. How are you, Dom? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen anyone in a while. I was on vacation. It was a lovely little vacation. Customize. I do appreciate the different fabrics that you can unlock when you get friendly enough with Sable in the tailor shop. I don't use them very often, but they are nice. Okay, I'm kind of just liking this. It is quite nice. I think we'll just have the cat kind of in the corner. What? What do you mean there's no room to put anything here? What? Hello? You're kidding. Okay, whatever. Do I have cat? I do. Cat. Okay. Kind of doing like a dual thing of like one half is for like the kid, the other half is for mother. Where do I still have this? I do. It's where there's just like clothesline and like cleaning things. Can I customize this? I can. Okay. We can, in fact, customize this. I do like that. I do like it. Any games you're looking to play? I mean, yes, but the question always is, what? Let's see. Currently, sorry if you hear my chair. I don't think there's any like new titles currently out that I would want. But I won't lie. I do want a Steam Deck. Because I do like just having consoles. I do like having bits and things to have and be able to play games wherever I want, wherever I am. It's gonna yell at me. Okay. My Steam Deck is gathering dust, but I'm not too much of a handheld guy. I am. That is my issue, is I am a handheld girly. I still have a Game Boy Pocket. I have... Actually, can I customize this too? I have, I had an OG DS, and then just as time went on and new DSs came out, they did get upgraded to the newer DSs. So I did start with an OG DS, then it got moved up to a DSi, and it was the Pokemon Black and White Limited Edition one. Then it got moved up to a regular 3DS, it was purple, and then that got upgraded to the 3DS XL, and now that's just where that is. That's just what it's stuck as. It was a 3DS XL. Obviously I have a Switch, as I am currently playing on it. I just like handheld console. I just enjoy having it. I also prefer, not that I don't have any, but I prefer physical game cartridges over digital. Unfortunately, my Animal Crossing is a digital download, but I do have a lot of the physical game cartridges for most games that I've had and gotten. So that is something I also have. I have a collection of DS games and Switch games that are all still either in case or they're in a protective case, and I just have the actual, like, store-bought thing just, like, on a shelf. Just to show that I do have it. I think I might even start extending these to be out here. Just kind of put them as like, oops, the kid kind of left him out. Whoopsie. There we go. Yeah, I do like that. Let's put the doll there. This has... I'll put this up here, I think. There we go. I guess I have the books. There we go. That's looking pretty good. I think... Yeah, I do want, like, the little baby bed, which I guess we'll kind of put over here. This does feel still a little bit empty, but I think a lot of it will be sort of just behind the house, which is okay. Let's see. What else can I put in here? Can I tell the story how my mom had me sell the Game Boy Advance I loved for $20, and for whatever reason my dad saw the Game Boy Advance on the kitchen counter and put it in his nightstand for the next 11 years? That's wild. Why did your mom want you to sell your Game Boy Advance? She was just like, nuh-uh, not allowed. It was to her friend's kid. Oh, okay. the sort of marketable trade-off, I suppose. Son of a bitch. This was the moon one. Okay. This was not the thing I wanted to have done. Stop it. Oh my god. Yeah, didn't ever have to do that, thankfully, but that does suck, and I'm sorry to hear that. There we go. We'll do that. We'll put this back on here. Yeah, we'll find the baby bed and we'll throw it there. I think I do want to move the tree, but I don't know where. Maybe here, just so it's a little still nearby, but just like a little bit out of the way. Which means I need to grab food. Okay. That's my Game Boy for 11 years, but got $20 for free. Who really won? You know, I think your dad won because he had it for 11 years. Hate to tell you. I think your dad's the real winner in this. True. Yeah, unfortunately, didn't have to do any of that. Okay, is this gonna yell at me? Say like, no, there's not enough space. Okay. And oh, that feels bad to put it in the middle of the pathway right there. Ugh, okay. Maybe... I think maybe we put it here. Because this side is less interesting. You can still see a little cat peeking out. We'll put a unicorn over here. There they go. They're playing together. They're talking together. Okay. This feels pretty good, I think. This feels very homely. Very, very mother and child-like. Mom can sit on the bench and watch her kid. Or play with her kid. She can also do this stuff, and we'll get the little baby bed and put it here. So she can do other things, and a little guy can nappy. Others are nice. Typically. Smiles. Typically, yes. Others are nice. I feel like I've talked about enough on stream for people to understand what that means. Okay, we have a couple little things to put up here too, just to sort of fill in this back. I think we'll put the dreamy bed up here, just for like the aesthetic of looking up to the clouds. I don't think you're really gonna be able to see it from down below. I think it's short enough that you don't really see it from behind the house. Yeah, like I don't even see that just walking in this way. What else to put up there? I do want to really utilize the space that there is. We might move the bed over a little bit just so that we can see it. I'll take this, interestingly. Message failed to send. People who hate moms lose my number. I only hate my mother. I don't hate all mothers. It's almost Christmas! Hi, Ryan. Welcome home. I don't know what time it is. I can't see my clock. Oh, you've been home. Or you should have. You should have been. I assume. But it is almost Christmas. Christmas! Less than a week away. Yep. Hanging out with my roommates. Oh, yippee! Tell I say hi. So I might have to work tomorrow. I also work tomorrow. I have to work New Year's Day. Oh, that blows too. I also work tomorrow, but it's a very, very short shift because we close early. So I'm not too mad about it. But it do kind of suck. It do kind of suck. But it is what it is. Hoping we would have a half day tomorrow, but I don't think we will. Ugh. So sorry. That does suck. I'm not sure what else to put up here. Put another one of these up here, I think. Oh, you know what? We can put the little, star light things. I would just have to make them. I do have it on me, okay. The, crafting bench. And we should be able to make the little starlights. I just need to remember how. That's not it. These star fragments, okay. The Nova lights. I think that would look really cute. And thankfully, I have a billion of star fragments. Which one takes 5? Eh, fuck it. We'll grab enough. I'll take these. Right, okay. Craft things. I might not need... I'll just make 4. I might not need all 4. But... we will make them and we'll just have extras. Because there's nothing wrong to have extras. Nope, no more crafting. Customize. What? What? I can customize that? Oh. Huh. Neat. Didn't know I could do that. Terrible. So if me and my sister's boyfriend torment her by acting like she beats us up, it's the best thing. Oh, I love that. I love doing that. I did explain that we had joked that I was kidnapped the majority of the time that I was visiting. And that I was held at gunpoint and that I was being beat up. I was not. I was none of those things. I visited willingly and I was very well taken care of. But it's silly. It's funny. Talked about how she pours boiling water on him. I told him how she used to do that and put ice on after to make it scar. Oh, that's brutal. If that was real, that'd be brutal. Okay, but one of these here. There we go. Very, very dreamy, very whimsy. I do want to move. Unfortunately, I don't think we're really gonna be able to see the shelves. So I think they are just a little bit short. But that is okay. Put the bed. Here. Just cut it in a little bit. Yeah, you're not gonna super see it, but that's fine. The point is also that you're not really gonna be up here at any point. That one, that way. I did. You know what? Hold on. So I did want to put the ladder up here as like decorative. Yeah. So that like, oh, like the kid has like a little sneak away to like get up to the tent, or like this little bed be up here. Oh, that's not it. There we go. Oh wait, no, there's a purple one, right? Yeah, we made a purple one. The rest are white. Set this one. Yes. Okay. Let's see how that looks from down here. Okay, I think that looks pretty cute, pretty cozy. Again, you don't really see the bed, you don't really see the toy shelf from back here. It just is too short for it to really be seen, unfortunately. So let's maybe move it. There it is. I was like, where's the spot? Where is it? Let's get back up here. I think this. It's not really a good spot to put it because I can't really fill in this area as much as I did with like Kiki's next door over here. There really wasn't a spot to really do that with. Oh no. I guess maybe we put it here. I'd want it to be seen. Just kind of have like a little hidden ladder. It was still very plain back here, and I think we'll put a pause on it for the time being, because I'm not sure what to put back here. So I think we'll just let that one be for a bit. We'll circle back to it. Got dark real quick. That looks a little bit better. Still don't know about the toy shelf being there. I think I would want... Don't know quite yet. We'll come back to it. But for now, we'll take a little pause. We'll go work on the beach. So we're gonna take all this and go to our big beach area to set up. Also, I'm very happy with how this is coming along. I'm very glad that I took the dive to sort of go more full effort, more maximalist, if you will, with decorating the island. The whole island is very pretty. I tried, or I am trying. It's definitely not done. But I do like progress that I am making. Okay, so like I said earlier, I kind of want this section of beach to be sort of the continuation between these two ends. So sort of this like kind of radioactive, not quite overgrown area of plants and things. And also, too early. Also this little end where we have this sort of abandoned shack looking thing. I kind of want to be a bit of both. So, question is how do we do such? A shack? I live in one of those. Wow! Is it cozy? Is it nice? Does it treat you well? I sure hope it does. I'll get some of these things out. I do also like this. Full of dead raccoons. God. Okay. Alright, I need to like A, probably get more of these, which I'll do later, and B, customize them. We'll see how that goes. I definitely wanted that. Probably this. I have a whole bunch of shit in my inventory. Certainly a bunch of these. No campfire. rock, 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 rock. That should be okay for right now. We'll see, we'll see. Let's see where that goes. I think I might want to put the retro stop here because it's sort of like this like little waiting queue for Chattin. So there's one by the airport. I'll just kind of have one. Kind of okay. That goes in a lot further than I thought it might. So we'll hold out a little bit further. There we go. Little waiting queue for waiting for when Chattin can come back. Okay, that's apparently not an option. Can't fully sit in it. I'm missing like that one quarter of the bench, which I guess makes sense because you are going up the pier. Okay. So now the question is, do I want to make another little shack like the one that's right there? Or do I want like another little gazebo thing? Like I have by my little rock circle. We're also gonna grab these. Are these all? These all are white cosmos. Awesome. More seagrass. Okay, so chat. Lovely cult followers. Do we want another thing like this, which looks sick as fuck, and I'm missing maybe like 2 little storefront things, these like side panels, or it's pretty sick as fuck, or one moment, I have to run to the other end of the island, or do we want another one of these? Sorry, Kiki, one moment. Simpler, arguably more elegant little gazebo thing. Who's singing? Oh, it's Sel. Alright, Kiki, what's up? Goth gazebo. Can't afford to buy it. Sure. Yep, there you go. Here you go. You can buy things. Goodbye. I'm saying a new shack? Okay. It is... I am quite proud of how the little shack looks. I do like... just like this like cute little goth beach setup. The little tents with the beach blankets. I think that is just like a nice little elegant summery spot, even though it is the middle of winter. But this does have these sort of abandoned, creepy, sort of not quite haunted, but like something's a little wrong here. Now question being, because it does take up quite a bit of space, where do we want it? I'm thinking maybe here? Sort of this spot, and it would just be like its own thing. Right here, maybe? Sort of like the abandoned farm house shack thing. I'm thinking this is a good spot. So let's get some of our moss, not moss bits. Start kind of throwing those around. put some on the rocks. Nothing wrong with a little bit of moss on the rocks. And now, question being, where? Nope. Nope, this one. Where? Whoa. Where does this sit exactly? Because this does cut in pretty big. I'm actually not sure if I can put a storefront there. Pause. We will change the color. This is for me to get an idea of how far in this needs to... Ooh, okay. Uh-oh. I don't know if this is gonna fit here, guys. Uh-oh. So this would certainly fit. Well, why not? Oh, because the fucking shell's in the way? That's stupid. Okay. That does fit, and that, like, fits, like, right on the water. Okay, okay. Crisis averted a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm good with that. We're okay with that. That stays there. Why is there a 1.0 multiplayer on my electric bill? Did having heat become a roguelite? Also, if I piss them off, does it become 2.0? Uh-oh. Cryptic, you probably should look into that. Storefront, there we go. I was like, I have two that are the right color, I'm pretty sure. Pretty certain on that. Okay. So that's the idea, that this is gonna sit there. This is just gonna be its whole own thing. I'll clean up some of the shells around, I think. Okay. I love when the game tells me, like, I'm, like, 3 pixels too close to something, and then I'm suddenly wrong. There we go. Okay, so I need to edit 2. Get 2 more, so let me order these, because I'm not too much in a rush to get them. Because the idea is there. Storefront. Which one do I have? This one. I just need 2 more. Okay. That's good. That's good. We'll get those the next day, so we're chilling on that. think we will put... I do want to do something with this like little middle space. I'm just not sure exactly what yet. But in the meantime, I'm gonna put the parasol not here apparently because there's no space. Okay. Nope, if it's exactly there, that's fine. I don't think there's any, like... Yeah, no, this is, like, exactly like a 2x2 space. Awesome. We'll leave that there. Well, I guess the other thing would be I can turn it. Put that there. We'll need this whole big area too. Okay. We should go back to Cyrus. What? There it is. Oh my god. Please. There we go. It looks too in line. I don't like that. There we go. Slightly better? Not... no. Don't like that. Wharf roach. Let's put... over here. Just like a little extra rock bit. Campfire up here. That feels more appropriate. Little campfire. Yeah, that looks okay. We'll put... well, boulder. Realize you can put things on the boulder, and I just haven't really figured out what to put on the boulder. Which way is this one facing? Ride the boulder for miles, even. Is it this way? Yes, okay. So I had it facing the mirror way. Well, put it that way. Okay. You can ride the boulder. You can't. I wish you could sit on it, though. I think that'd be neat. Get a little bits of thing around. That looks way too close. That's a little better. I hear a balloon. There it is. Not gonna particularly run out if I see one in the distance, but if it's right here, I will check it. Python Prince Lax, okay. Interesting. Not there-ish. I wanted it to be like a little bit under the little stop here. I think it was just like one over. There we go. So I can at least do this as I sort of run around and just kind of plant plants. Plant flowers around. I don't expect too many things to be like right up at the shoreline. Plant. Okay. So these need to be recolored. The different rocks. Okay, what to put here? This is our little, like, farm shack looking thing. Yeah, sorry. I don't want too many dead or weird plants around the farm itself. Because we already have a lot kind of happening over here. Sort of insinuates something is a little bit wrong. So having more around the farm feels kind of strange in my eyes. But I'm not sure what else to kind of throw in there. Beaches are hard. Beaches are hard to figure out. We're gonna go to Cyrus though, just so I have them done. So I can actually like fully see what we're looking at. I want fly. Oh, you're gonna tell me to use take off the designer app. I still have not gotten the DLC. I am gonna get it after Christmas. So I was waiting to see if it would go on sale on the Switch store. From what I've seen, it has not, which is unfortunate, but makes sense. So I'll be getting it. Nintendo sale. Well, yeah, sometimes they have things that go on sale. But yeah, no, didn't do that. You're getting better sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. So we're not gonna see the posters, unfortunately. They're going to be hidden. Yeah, it's kind of like... It's sort of like the Epic store, where... At least in my eyes. their own titles don't go up for sale very often, but other titles that they hold on their store do go up for sale quite often. So if I were to get like an indie game that just so happens to be on the Switch, those go up for sale quite often. If I were to get a Nintendo licensed game, that doesn't go up for sale very often except for like choice times in the year. And even then is usually not like a huge discount. Maybe 25% off. Nothing crazy. But I was waiting, I was checking it just to see like maybe it will, maybe it won't. It didn't. So I haven't gotten it yet, but I will soon. I will soon. Yeah, because this will be the majority that is seeable. So we'll have that. I do like the little flowers on top of this one. I think that's cute. It's a little mossy because it's right next to the water here, and it is the little farm. We think that we'll still let you go in. No. This side will let you in, but that's not the... I desire to see Luigi happy with the DLC. I don't think that's a thing where you can gift someone a gift card in this Nintendo store, Switch store. If you can, I'm not saying no. I think it's, what, 25? 30 bucks? Poor brother, you just bought your sister a Switch too. No wonder you're poor. Shit's expensive. That shit pricey. That works. Okay, let's clean up the shells a little bit. Shells and coral and such. When I got my Switch 2 months ago. Crazy. Yeah, I know I, for certain, don't want to Switch 2. Because as of right now, there are no titles that really call out to me that are Switch 2 exclusives. There's like one singular, and it's a Legend of Zelda game where you, again, play as Zelda, and she is beating her way up through bad guys and evil things. And it looks really good. It's kind of similar to Tears of the Kingdom. I forget what it's actually called though. Like that'd be like the only thing I would want for Switch 2. Everything else is just still like Switch 1 console. Echoes of Wisdom. Thank you. Yeah. Past that. Don't... That's also Switch 1? Is it? I think... Well, I thought this was like a newer game coming out, maybe. I could be wrong. I have no idea. Echoes of Wisdom so good. You can get on Switch 1? No Switch 2 Zelda games so far. Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll look into that. Because that I would also want. I also want the little tiny Zelda. It's kind of same formatting as the Link's Awakening remaster, where it's just like the tiny little Zelda and she's doing puzzles. Unless, wait, okay, hold on. Is that Echoes of Wisdom? Because that sounds familiar. Echoes of... Oh, yeah, okay, so I do want that, and that is the little tiny Zelda. No, there's like... Yeah, Age of Imprisonment. Like, I don't know if it's out yet. But from what I... Yeah. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. From what I saw... Oops, didn't close it yet. It looks like it's Switch 2 only. That would be like the only... is happening. The only Switch 2 title that I've seen that I would be interested in, kind of. I'd want to see more gameplay of it, because if it plays like Tears of the Kingdom, like the big open world, I would want to see more gameplay of it to see if I really want to, because I'm not big on open world games like that. I gloss over those so hard I forgot about it. Hack and slashes are so boring to me. That's fair. And I don't blame you for that. Okay, let's push this over. My brain doesn't think about it. I think we will keep the little crafting bench here, ironically. Can I? Okay. I want to see if I can customize it. Even though I don't have any custom things on me. But yeah, no, that's fair, because hack and slash is, at least in my mind, similar to like any JRPG, and it really depends on how good the story is. Because if you have a bad story in a JRPG, then the game just isn't gonna be interesting. Okay, I cannot. But if you have a good story in a JRPG, then it makes it far more interesting, far more compelling, and you actually want to get through the story, not just like hit 4 buttons all the time to do combat and you know, like it's more interesting when there's something to actually compel you, which I totally get. So we are gonna keep this little thing here. But yeah, again, I would want to see probably more gameplay of it, just to see if it is something I would be interested in. Because there's a good possibility I might not be. Only shooting stars tonight, I forgot about that. Put these away. Isabel did say on this morning's announcements that we are having shooting stars tonight, so we'll get some stars. If you want more Tears of the Kingdom, Age of Imprisonment won't be it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, because like I never played Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't play any of the Zelda open world games because at least the way that they were marketed, yeah, Breath of the Wild. Yeah, it's a whole different thing in Zelda skin. Yeah, I didn't play Breath of the Wild because at least how it got marketed was this very open world, like, go explore, go do the thing. And it didn't appeal to me at all for the same reason that, like, Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet didn't appeal to me because that they were open world packaged as the franchise. Because, like, it just didn't feel the same. Like, it obviously it's not the same formula, and they are trying to branch out to do slightly different things. But at least for me, I would have wanted something more similar to the original formula, with obvious changes of story and what you're supposed to do, different puzzles, different items, weapons, whatever, different maps, right? But like not to the point of open world, because I just don't find those very interesting. I don't play a lot of open world. They don't ever appeal to me. The only one that has really just kind of leans more into sandbox, such as Minecraft. Because technically, it's open world. It's a randomly generated world. You can do whatever you want with it. Just, I never cared for it. I don't care if an area has a big map, but there's like a difference to me of like big map versus open world. Nintendo has made sweeping changes in their series after the Wii U, and mostly I think is positive. I do agree with that. I don't mind that they're trying new things or adapting to whatever current market is happening or whatever current market is popular. I don't mind that. I'm more just saying that it's not for me, and that's perfectly okay. Not everything has to be something that I will love and want to buy every single time. Obviously, they want to get as many clientele, customers, whatever you want to call it, in. So reaching out and branching out to different strategies, different game types, different, you know, titles, it makes sense, and there's nothing wrong with it. I think for me is that I'm just so particular with things as a whole that I'll hear something about a game of like how it plays or what the goal, the type of game it is, the goal of the game, and I'll just kind of know that I'm not gonna really enjoy it to its fullest extent versus something that I know that I will enjoy and will probably keep playing for either a really long time or know that in my brain will have a lot of replay value, such as Hollow Knight, Silk Song, Blueprints, puzzle games, general puzzle games, the Paper Mario series as a whole, things like that where like I know that I like those games and I like how they're formulated, and so I will keep wanting to play those types of games and keep coming back to them. I'm not against trying new games or new game formulas, but I know that if it's marketed a certain way, that I probably won't like it. So when Pokemon kind of made that step to be like, oh, we're gonna do Sword and Shield for the Switch because it's the first Switch Pokemon that came out, and we're gonna join the bandwagon of making it open world, and I'm like, okay, let me hear more about it. And as like it got developed further and more came out over it, I just kind of made the decision of I don't think it's gonna be for me. However, Mew and Sneck got Sword and Shield. They got one of each. And I watched them play, and it confirmed of like, yeah, I don't care for it. All games will always be there, plus stuff like Archipelago and DComs add so much. That's also true, which is great. But I just know in my heart of hearts that certain games just aren't for me. I might like watching those types of games more than playing them myself. A great example is Binding of Isaac, Repo, Helldivers, things like that, where like roguelite-esque games. I say that as like a very loose term, but a lot of the time where it's a you run in, you do a mission, you do a thing, you run out, you do it again. I don't like it very much. I don't find them entertaining for me to play them. I find that I get tired of them pretty quickly. Like, I can only do maybe a couple rounds before I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm tired, I'm bored of this. However, I do like watching people play those same games because they have more fun with it and they're showing their enjoyment, which makes it more fun. So like watching Bus play Repo with friends, I like, because I know that they're having a good time. I know that they're all having fun. I like hearing all the silly shenanigans that happen when watching them play Repo. Peak is kind of growing on me because that feels a little less monotonous in my head, but that again will also only be maybe a couple runs because it does feel a little longer because you do have to get further and further and what feels like higher and higher, and that does take quite a bit of time. I do actually really like watching people play Binding of Isaac, especially the people that really know what they're doing and know like the ins and outs. They know exactly what items do well with other items, what things would really enhance certain characters. Even the almost knowing where the secret rooms are. Your pronouns delivered, let's go! There he is. So I think maybe it just took a little while. Mine have not, but that's also like bot. Yeah, hold on. Is it me? Like actually me? No? Okay. Maybe mine will come a little later. I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, I do like watching people play those kinds of games. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending how you see it, you probably won't see me playing certain types of games. Like Repo, like Lethal Company, like Binding of Isaac. Warframe, Helldivers, etc., etc. You will, however, see me play a lot of Metroidvanias, because I do really like those. You'll probably see me play a lot of puzzle games, a lot of cozy games, because I do like those a lot more. The occasional RPG, JRPG, depending on the series, the title, because I do want to play all of the Paper Mario. I'm missing, I need to talk to Bus again for this. I am missing a USB Wii bar, because I've decided that using candles might not work, because I have the Wii controller set up to my PC. I think I would need the Wii sensor bar also hooked up to my PC for it to work. So I did try to do an alternative method where I pulled out the Wii, had the bar connected to the Wii because it had the other plug-in, and it didn't register me flipping the Wii remote around, because that is an important mechanic in Super Paper Mario, that you point the Wii remote to the bar because of a certain companion's ability that you use for a lot of the game. The other half of the game is you holding the Wii remote sideways like a regular controller and using the like D-pad and buttons to move around. So that's a thing. But then after that I think gets into DS territory. So said I missed your 1,000-Year Door playthrough. I have a VOD channel. They're all on there, and I did have a couple friends join me and just be silly and read the dialogue with me. 1,000-Year Door randomizer someday? I've thought about it. I really have, because I've played 1,000-Year Door at least 3 times in my life. I want to say a minimum of 3 times, if not more. So I would have a good understanding and like knowledge of like, okay, this does this, this goes here, blah blah blah, this is needed for this. I don't know if it'd be knowledgeable enough to make it easy, so it might be a little bit of a challenge, which I'm not opposed to. It does sound interesting. I'd have to look into that a little more. There are tracker programs that auto-update? Okay. Mayhaps. I'm really getting sidetracked because I don't know what to do for this like little beach area. I haven't looked into one for 1,000-Year Door, but Game Boy Advance ones are great. Well, because 1,000-Year Door is GameCube. So I'm sure there's one for GameCube out there. Cough, cough. But I don't know. Maybe. By going to your local Walmart and getting a copy, or your local GameStop or game store. Actually, at least from what I saw, you can certainly get the remake 1,000-Year Door at your local Walmart or local game store. The OG is gonna be harder to find and is very expensive if you're looking for the GameCube version, at least from what I've seen. Such a good game. There is a remastered version. It got remastered for the Switch. I love it. I love what they did with it because there is a badge. If you know Thousand Year Door, you equip little badges and they give you skills or like they improve your stats a little bit. Remaster is good, but only 30 frames. I'll be so real. Anything above 30 frames, I really can't tell much of a difference. I'll be so honest. But in the remaster, they give you a little, or you can get a little badge, and it looks like a little GameCube, little purple GameCube. You equip it, and it gives you all of the original GameCube soundtracks and sound bites, which I thought was really neat, and I thought that was really sweet. However, it is optional because they did remaster all of the soundtrack and all of the sound bites for the remaster, and they did it really well. I would say that they did it very lovingly and very true to the OG, and it just sounds a little fresher, a little cleaner. Sort of like they gave it a nice little like bath, and they're just like, you know what? We just gotta dust this off and just kind of give it a little bit more love, and it turned out really good. Shameless plug, but if you want to watch the remaster, I have a whole VOD series on my YouTube channel. Sorry, no, that's not it. That's it. I don't have them individualized because I was too lazy to do such. But yes, follow my Blue Sky, follow my YouTube VODs, my YouTube clips. I do commissions on VGen. And I also have a candle you can buy. And it smells really, really yummy. Unfortunately, because of the holiday season, it is taking a little bit to get out there. So for anyone that did buy one, I'm so sorry that you've been patiently waiting, and I apologize. Hopefully it should be shipping out very, very soon, because from when I talked to the guy that makes all the candles, he said that it should be shipping out really soon, like this week, hopefully. So I appreciate all your guys' patience, and I'm sorry that it's taken so long, but the holiday season is very, very busy. But it'll be well worth the wait. Cryptic is also offering to buy candles for everyone that wants to buy one, so please DM Cryptic to get candles. He will buy them for you and then ship them out to him to ship out to you. It's a very charitable favor that he's doing, so please message Cryptic. Brother, I'm unemployed. Wait, you're unemployed? I thought you got a job. I thought you had an interview. Well, you have to get Mooney one. Papa's going to be so sad. No, don't let Papa down. I start the 29th. Oh, damn. Okay. Well, that's not all bad. That's not all bad news. But damn, that sucks. Sorry, I'm just kind of throwing wheat fields everywhere because I just like them. I think they're neat. I think they add a lot of spice, a lot of flavor. I gonna grab more. I think they just look really, really neat. What else? What else? They might still be on sale to the end of the year? Or at least till Christmas. Miss Loogie. In chat, bet channel points on a coin flip. Mayhaps? For why? Why are we coin flipping? I desire gamble? I see. I see. I hear the concerns. I have 62k burning a hole in my pocket. I see. I see. Mayhaps I think on that, and I will get back to you. I feel like there is a thing in Mix It Up for that already. Hold on. Regular commands. Remade. Streamer age. Follow age. Uptime. There's a quote thing. We don't have any of those. We don't have any quotes in here because I obviously say nothing weird or questionable at any point. There's a magic 8-ball. This much I can make Bart talk for months. That's crazy. Let's do... I want to make sure I have this. Streamer age? 4 years, 8 months, 8 days. Yippee! Yeah, okay, so it's just like exclamation. Whatever. I thought there was a coin flip. There's not. Oh! Fatty bass dropping raid! Yippee! Hi, Coda! Oh my goodness, my first day back to streaming and I get a raid from the Big Crush Bat. Big Crush Bat. Hello, raiders. Welcome in. How are you, Coda? You're playing Christmas Story. What'd that mean? Were you reading Christmas stories? It's a Christmas horror game. Oh. How festive. How appropriate for the season. Hi. Well, I hope you had fun. Hope it was both whimsical and scary and everything you wanted it to be. We're chilling, playing Animal Crossing. I'm doing a little bit more decorating around the island. We have our newest villager, Matilda, here, who I have not seen the inside of her house because every time I've logged in, she's outside working out. But we've decorated her yard. Mostly, I think I'm missing just like a couple little items that I will get later. I will go back and show it because I'm quite happy with it. I think it's very appropriate to her. If you saw there, she had a little Joey in her pocket pouch. So we've made it appropriately child friendly. So there's like a little play area with a lot of plushies, a little kid seat, got some books. Mother's side has like things to take care of little one. We are going to put like a little cradle bed kind of right back here. And then behind the house, you can't quite see, but there's like a little tent, bed, there's like a little crescent moon, chair thing, a couple little starlights. So I think it's very cute. Little plushies everywhere. So we're missing a couple things. I will get those off stream at some point. And now we are attempting to fill in this sort of section of beach, this like strip of land. Hello, Matilda. This way and this way. Beach decorating is kind of hard, unfortunately. It's a little tricky because I never really know what to put there, but we're doing another one of these like little dilapidated shack looking things. Kind of in the middle of the farm. I'm trying to figure out what else to put. Fill the beach with broken glass? No. I don't think I will. Terrible suggestions, you're at a 10. Don't ever say anything in my chat, please. I'm kidding. So sorry. So yes, we have another one of these going. Sort of by the farm here. We have little bits going on. I do want to add more things furniture-wise around. I don't know what to put. It is kind of hard, and especially with it being nighttime, I think also makes it a little tricky because I would want to see more? Not that it's like pitch black, right? But like I think I'd want to see a little bit more of like what it would look like in the daytime versus nighttime. So I have to sort of play the careful game of how does this look? Because like immediately just this makes this little tiny section, I think, look much better, even though it is still quite empty. And I would want to put some more things around. I don't know what offhand. So it's little things like that where I wish I could do more, and I just have no idea. I have no idea how. You're not gonna see that ever. That's okay. What? Oh, there. Thank you. Yeah, just like the little bit of filling in space-wise, it looks so much better. But yeah. How was your stream? Sorry I was yapping. If you need to raid and run, I understand. Go take care of yourself, go get some food, go get some water, go relax, go decompress after a silly scary stream. Oh, I don't like how that's like so perfectly diagonal. That makes me feel weird. I do one like way closer. Floor paint. Yummy, yummy floor paint. Yeah, because this is like such a whole big space that I'm not sure what I want to do with exactly. I think maybe I do want to put the gazebo up here. Because it's just such a huge thing. If I move this out the way, you know what, just move this out the way. Is this like perfectly centered? Not quite. That would be okay, sure. Put another couple pillars up here. Let's put it right here for now. What was your feelings on ZA again? Same kind of feelings as Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet. Didn't really care for it. Appreciate that it's there, and that they're sort of going back to, not old roots, but they are sort of cycling back to like the Mega Stones. But I also don't like how some of the Megas turned out. I think that some of them were a little lazy, in my opinion. I think they could have done better, but that's, you know, that's just my opinion. There's not much else to be really done with that. Ugh. There we go. No? Okay. That's fine. Wizard Trial of Bad Designs, Mega Starmie actually makes sense if you read the Pokedex entries. My biggest gripe with Mega Starmie is A, it looks really lazy, and B, it feels like a cop-out almost. Because if you're telling me this almost alien-like starfish decided to adapt to become more humanoid. So funny, it reminds me of the Leg Miku meme. You know what, that's fair. And I can't be mad about that because it is so silly and so goofy looking. That like I can't be mad at it. It's just it's so silly, so like almost nothing to complain over. My biggest gripe is that I've seen so many people from ages ago when the Megas first came out And they had all these like fan-made ideas of different Mega Pokemon. And I remember there being a Mega Starmie that looked so cool. And like it looked really well designed. There was good reasoning behind it. And it looked fittingly like a mega, at least for the time that they had the first wave of megas. I think that's what bothers me the most of like if Nintendo, even if they didn't like fully copy someone's design and they just took like these favored elements, I would have been so much happier if it didn't look like a starfish that just extended a couple legs. You know? I'm also really sad that they didn't do Mega Flygon because so many people wanted that to be a thing and they're just like, no, and just like never went with it. So that also makes me sad that that wasn't incorporated. I do, however, like some of the Mega designs because I do like Mega Frostlass. I think she looks very pretty, very wonderful. Mega Zygarde, I think looks so fucking funny. Giant, big ass cannon, kind of like Mega Blastoise. They said they had no ideas for Mega Flygon, which is fair. It's fair, but also they could have looked at the like hundreds of designs that people fan made and could have reached out to them, be like, hey, we want to use your design. Can we take elements from that? Can we credit you? Can we, you know, something, anything. But it, you know, it's neither here nor there because it's out now and it's there. There's a couple that I also still didn't care for. Like it wasn't as bad as Mega Starmie, but it definitely was also in the realm of like, did we need that one to be a Mega? Are you sure? Are you sure we want that one as a Mega and not like, I don't know, Mega Flygon? Or some other highly popular Mega Pokemon? Yeah, I've seen a lot of the hate for Zygarde. I think it looks funny goofy because it's just kind of like Mega Blastoise and it has a giant fucking cannon that goes boom. I forget all the Megas that are in there. Some of them genuinely look really good. And I'm happy that they were in there. Some of them just look kind of goofy. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. But my feelings of ZA are pretty much of the same of Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet. I don't care for the quote-unquote open world aspect. At least, especially this type of mapping, definitely feels like it's, again, kind of on the lazier side, where like, yes, it's the whole entire city of, oh god, what is it? It's the X and Y city. Talos. Whatever city that is. Luminos, thank you. Like, okay, cool, you get the whole entire city, because when you're in X and Y and you're running around Luminos, like, you can see that there's other parts that you should be able to get to, and then you just can't, because it's not real. And then you go out into, like, the rest of, essentially, France, and run around. So I do appreciate them adding into it, but it also feels kind of easy because I don't know, like I've seen the mapping of it where it's just like, oh, like there's fake doors or fake windows and it just kind of looks weird. Doesn't really feel small when playing. It's packed with interesting NPCs. That's good, and that's fair, and I'm happy that that is the case, because that was my actual concern of, like, is it gonna feel like X and Y? Where, like, it was a decent sized city, and there's like 3 or 4 loading screens that you had to go through to get through the whole city. But is it gonna feel small because you don't ever leave the city? I'm glad that's not the case. My other gripe, I think, is that you also never leave the city. You don't ever go outside of Luminos into the surrounding Kalos. Which I get as, like, an open world, you don't do that. Still. My other gripe with it, of, like, the DLC being like, oh, it's just Luminos, but back in time, where they could have made it be other areas. But, you know, again, neither here nor there, because that was their decision. I'll be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm just kind of throwing shit down and hoping that it looks okay. You guys can input of like, hey, this kind of looks like shit, and I'll be like, okay, you're right, and then I'll take it down. I don't think that was the rock I wanted, I'll be so honest. I think I wanted the taller. Yeah, I want this one. I want the tall rock. That way. The You Never Leave Luminos is like the Mario Sunshine. It's all beach levels to me. I'm focusing on one thing can be good. That's fair. You know what? That is legitimately a fair take. I just think in my brain of like, oh, it's a Pokemon game and there's a lot of areas to explore. It just feels sort of out of place. Or like, oh, like almost lazy in my eyes of like, oh, it's just the city. Where in like a Pokemon game you have multiple, even just towns, like not even big city, but like you'd have multiple areas that you can visit and run through and look at and do whatever with. But this is just like, oh, it's just the city. So it's just like, oh, it's just the city? Slash neg? So that's kind of where my brain puts it. I do think the DLC should have been anything other than Luminous again. That's my biggest gripe, I think, of like, that's nice that you added more megas. Some of which, again, I don't necessarily agree with or think they were necessary. Some, again, are also very cool and very, very neat to look at. But did it have to be Luminos Part 2? Luminos, but back in time? Gameplay-wise, it's incredible, but it's a bit silly. Because, like, you can have the history of a place and have it not be in that place. Right? Like, the lead up to... I don't know, I'm just thinking of, like, the actual X and Y storyline of, like, oh, Xerneas and Yveltal. Of how they came to be, and why was Team Flare trying to harness their power, and like how did they get started in the first place? Like that doesn't have to be all in Luminos. It's not the past, instead it's mirror Luminos, affected by dreams. Okay, well, my point still stands of it didn't have to be still luminous. You could still have a story that tied into it without it being there in the city. So, my apologies. I thought it was past. But if that were the case, you could have the past have information and hold weight and value without it being in the city. But if it's dream world, dream luminous, which I think was also like a big thing too, because I remember, oh no, that was more black and white, because like Masharna, there was like a whole big thing with like the dream world in Masharna, whereas like a whole online system thing that you would do with the game. It was interesting. It was sort of like Pocket Camp, but like not quite. But yeah, you know, like it's a thing. It's there. I don't know. I'm glad that they're trying to expand out and not, you know, be solely one thing. But that also doesn't mean that I have to think that it's the greatest thing in the world either. You know? I think there can be benefits and deficits to branching out and doing other things. But you also have to not expect criticism, but know that there are going to be people out there that might not like you trying to branch out. And just sort of be aware of that feedback and take what you can to positively impact either the current thing or whatever next thing would be. The side quests are so good in the game, but it gets glossed over a lot. I think that can be said not just for Pokemon, but as a general for a lot of games like that, where a lot of people will not necessarily ignore, but definitely like miss or gloss over some of the side quests. For multiple reasons, right? Of like, oh, maybe it's like a chain quest where like you have to do certain side quests to do this, to do that, to do whatever, and they don't realize it. Or sometimes it's just the fact of maybe it's so like hidden and just kind of like not where you might think a quest is, or you'll think it's a main quest, see that it's a side quest, and be like, oh, I don't want to do that right now, and then forget later. So I've certainly done that for Final Fantasy XIV, where I have picked up 8 million side quests and then just completely forgot because the main quest was the either higher priority or just like you do the main quest for long enough and it takes you out of the area you were in and you go somewhere else completely, and then you're like, oh fuck, I forgot about the side quest from like 50 main quests ago and I'm in a completely different region now. So like I can see it. It is unfortunate that like a lot of them do get kind of glossed over, because a lot of them are designed really well, and if you do go looking for them and you do some of the side quests, you get some good rewards out of it sometimes. Like you might get like a rare item or just a really good item. Maybe it's not rare, but like it's still really helpful. Maybe backtrack for an hour to do a quest for an outdated potion. Yeah, sometimes it's that too, where it's like, oh yeah, I picked this up forever ago. What does it give me? If you have the option to actually like see it and be like, oh yeah, yeah, I don't need the basic boo-boo potion because I'm at the point where I need the like really high-end potions. So sometimes that also gets glossed over of like, yeah, I shouldn't do it because it won't benefit me anymore. Which is also unfortunate because sometimes, again, they go into like a chain quest where like, that's your starting point and then you have to continue doing the side quest, which might still get you something really good later down the line, but because it was just like chain quest from 8 billion years ago and you didn't realize it at the time, and now you go back and you see that it's a lesser reward and you're like, oh, I don't want it anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I can only really speak from experience of like Final Fantasy XIV because the amount of times that I've gone Google searching to see like, oh, someone has this really cute minion, or they have interesting glamour that I would want, glamour piece. How do I get that? And you see that it's like a side mission from like really early game that you have to start, and then you follow that train of course, but you also have to do main quests because some of it is locked behind story progression. You're like, okay, let me do this level 15 quest as a level 75 whatever the fuck, do that whole chain, figure out, okay, what's part 2, do that whole chain, get you up to a level 75 quest to get the thing that you want, but you don't realize that at the time of the level 15 quest. And it's unfortunate because it's like you have to sort of either take the dive and take the risk, or have to look up guides because it had been around long enough and people can vouch of like, yeah, no, you have to go from here and you have to start from this little baby boo-boo quest and then work your way up. Xenoblade 1 is so bad about missable side quests, locking you out of 100%. Oh, that's brutal. So you really have to like keep an eye out, or else you could like really miss it. That sucks. Damn it. Go ahead. Thank you. Oh, what was here? This one, I think? Yeah, that feels right. Okay. I'm sure there's other games that I've also played that have a similar... maybe not as harsh of like a thing where like Xenoblade, but probably like if you know that you're kind of endgame, if you're able to just like run back of like, okay, I never talked to this NPC at the start of the game, let me just talk to them real fast and then figure out like, oh, that's something. Oh, so the best side quest, kill specific monster, get 15 of a random pickup item. There's worse. There's certainly worse. Farming quests aren't too bad, I don't think. Well, I'll certainly say this does feel much better. I still think it's a little on the empty side. I do think I might want to maybe get more of these like little root bits, or I do have the little wooden pillar seat. Maybe we can pull those out, because I do have, I do want to put like, I do and I don't want to put like the decayed tree or the big root vine. Yeah, okay. It's a little something. Just kind of have move that down there. Yeah, I'm sure that I've played other games where like maybe it's not as harsh as Xenoblade, but like there could be a possibility that if you really don't check everything, you could certainly miss out on 100%. I know for Link's Awakening, the remaster on the Switch, I think you miss having 100%. No. No, never mind. Not quite the same, but like you get a different ending if you don't die ever during your playthrough versus if you do die during your playthrough. Which is a little unfortunate, but also like definitely like testing your skill worth. Oh, just like up higher. There we go. I don't know why, but like I want this like little area to be kind of more open. I think that's good. I think that's good for now. I did order 2 more of these little panels to put back here, so those will eventually show up. Let us... I didn't put any of these actual like grass patches down, so let me attempt to do that. Okay. Never mind, I guess. I don't like games that have the first playthrough result in a bad ending, like, oh, all that work for that? What do you mean you don't talk to X character on Y day? Yeah. I'm also not the biggest fan of that. I don't mind doing the multiple playthroughs, but having it be not at least like a neutral ending at the very least. Like, it's not a bad end, but it's also not like the true end or the like good end, like the whatever thing. Just like let it be neutral. Dumpster Hamster 2010. I love your name. Thank you for the follow. Now I have to ask, why is the hamster in the dumpster? Why is there 2010 of them in there? Or 2000, I guess 2009 other dumpster hamsters in there. Welcome in. But I have certainly played games in a similar realm of the media one that comes to mind is Alice Mare, where you are quote unquote Alice. You are this boy, interestingly, that gets indoctrinated into a foster home. You meet the other children that are in there, and as you play the game, you slowly realize, like, oh, these children are unique in the fact that they take after certain other fairy tales and stories. And as you go through each child's story, you kind of realize either why they're there or just sort of like part of their personality. What character they are. I've played it on stream before for Spooktober, Shocktober, whatever you want to call it. And there are a ton of endings because you can ultimately determine like a favorite character and sort of have it play around that. So if you have a favorite character and I forget exactly what it is, so forgive me, but I do remember that you have to put a child out of their misery. You can pick which one, you can also pick none of them, and that will also get you different endings. However, the gameplay is kind of on the longer side. I want to say, even with being really knowledgeable of the story and like the answers to all the puzzles and like getting through it, it is like a couple hours per run. So like you had to be like really, really dedicated to... Oh, my headphones died. Oops. Really dedicated to actually like getting all the endings. Which, to be fair, with a lot of those, like... I don't want to say it's like an RPG Maker game. It could be, wholeheartedly, because it does have that sort of style. A lot of them are kind of like that, where like Mad Father or oh my god, I'm just trying to think of like all the RPG Maker games. Mad Father, Witch's House, Aooni, Misaki, I think, or Misao, excuse me, Misao. It has like the general kind of feel where like you have to sort of go through multiple runs, the whole story, that will take you a couple hours or a few hours in order to get certain endings. However, there are save states, so you can kind of cheese it a little bit. But where you would essentially pick like 5 out of the 8 endings is in the same spot. You just have to make sure that you save right before then. Because I think the other 3 endings are you don't pick any kid. You pick a completely different character that still isn't any of the kids. Or... I think you pick the adult that's there, the caretaker. I don't remember, I'd have to like go through it again, but like I've truly only gotten like 2 or 3 endings and I haven't played it consistently. I will play it like years apart through each playthrough, so it's quite long. It's quite rough. I do like the story, I think it's quite interesting, it's very cute, not very scary. But it definitely does have notions or suggestive horror elements of like abuse or a little bit of blood or things like that. Like it's meant to be, but for me it's just not that scary. So that is my take on it. I would like to have I seen Erased? I've not seen it, but I do know of it. I do know all the stupid, silly deaths that all the students go through because of this curse that is in the classroom. So I am quite aware of it. I just haven't watched it. Same for Corpse Party. I did. That's Angel Beats? Is it? No, I thought Erased is Cursed Classroom, and everyone essentially tries to outrun their deaths. It's not Erased. Okay. Okay. I believe you. I'm just not sure what it is. Outrun their deaths? Not necessarily outrun their deaths, because at some point, like, they go on a field trip. Essentially, the end of the anime is that every single student in that class dies. A horrific and gruesome kind of. Some of the deaths are kind of silly. Even the teacher isn't safe. Like, everyone in that class ends up dying in some way. There is one. No. This is an older anime, not my overpowered death ability or whatever. No, this is like there's the infamous scene of like someone being stabbed in the throat by an umbrella, or someone being struck by lightning as they're going up the mountainside. Someone being stuck in the back end of a jet ski because a rope got stuck to their foot and they got pulled in with the turbulence of the jet. Some like obviously horrible and painful deaths, but so almost silly on how they get pulled into said deaths. Okay, hold on. Let me find a place for this little rock and I will look it up. I thought it was Erased. Mia would definitely know what I'm talking about if I asked her. Hold on. Pause. Anime where all the students I Deaths as a curse. I spelled curse wrong. Another. Sorry, it's called Another. Some of you, I said pants are in the mail. I won't. The anime is called Another. My apologies. I was thinking of something else. What is Erased? Young man with the ability to travel back in time to prevent tragedies, a power that sends him back to his childhood to solve a murder mystery. Okay. Yeah, no, I was thinking of something completely different. My bad. Sorry. Oopsie. I have heard of it. I never watched it, but that definitely does sound like something up my alley because I do enjoy murder mysteries. You know what, I'm putting this fucking rock back here. There we go. Just a little bit in the way. A little bit inconvenienced. Ugh. That being said, speaking of another and Corpse Party, don't really care for them. Don't really care for the anime. I'm not a fan of what I would consider those being as gore porn. Goes back in time. Oh, goes back in a particular time to save and abuse a little girl. It's an amazing watch. I did just read the synopsis, but it does sound like up my alley. So I might take a peeky at it. I know it is older, not like super old, but it's definitely like 2000s, 2010s, pretty sure. 2017. Okay, so a little older. Not quite 10 years. I don't want to sound like a new murder every episode thing. No, that's fair. That's understandable. No, that sounded like it was like a one continual story, like one murder to be solved, but it just took place over multiple episodes. But backtracking, not a fan of Corpse Party, as the like RPG maker type of games. I have legitimately tried to play Corpse Party on stream a long time ago. I got stuck pretty early game, like it was after all the kids got teleported to the alternate school, I guess to call it. I got stuck to the point where I think I visited every single classroom that I had access to, but I could not progress because it was definitely like a thing of the game wanting me to transition from the characters I had right then and there to what I would assume is another set of characters, because it is like a classroom of like 8 or 10 kids. A small class, but regardless. And I could not for the life of me figure out how to progress, and I just had to give up, because even in looking up a guide, I was clearly missing something that even the guide wasn't telling me. So I had to stop playing it. And I've never gone back to it, but I have seen the Corpse Party anime. There's an anime for it. I hated watching it. I genuinely, there's not a lot of things that I truly hate watching. That was one of them. It wasn't for a lack of trying, it wasn't for a lack of like, okay, removing myself from the game, because I already didn't like the game. And I knew that it followed a specific storyline, because Corpse Party also has multiple endings, which is how we got to this conversation. I just hated it. I hated watching it. There are 2, I'm not gonna say which characters because I frankly don't remember their names, but I can see them in my mind's eye, that I genuinely so despised every time that they were on screen that I would want to stop watching, but I did push through to like finish watching it to say that I've done it and it's under my belt. And it's just, it sucks. At least for me. Because I know so many people that do like Corpse Party, that think it's a great anime, that they think is interesting. It's, you know, not revolutionary necessarily, but definitely has like a place for what it is. I wouldn't ever recommend it to anyone personally. Not saying the yellow guy from Demon Slayer, I had it every second he was on screen. Yeah, exactly that kind of feeling of like, oh my god, I would rather like skip scenes and sort of miss whatever information might be provided during those scenes than to like sit and watch that character be on screen. Type of deal where it's just like, I hate you legitimately so much. Yeah, I don't know. I did not like it. So, unfortunately or fortunately, you'll never see me playing Corpse Party. That's just not a game that I care to revisit or try to get through. I would be open to, sort of circling back to the games with multiple endings, I would be open to playing a game. I don't know what game, but a game that has multiple endings and having like a whole series with it. I have done Omori, which really only has 2 endings. I've done both the good ending and the bad ending, the Hikikomori route and the happy good ending. I played Danganronpa. I did. That does have 1 ending. That has strictly 1 ending. Per game. There are no alternate endings per each game. You either get it right and continue, or you get it wrong and you die and then you have to do it over again. And it's not like a different ending, so to speak. It's just like, oh, you fucked up. Do it again. Games like Alice Mare, like I was speaking of before, where there are like multiple endings. I would maybe want to do that and just sort of to get to the point in that save where like I knew that the area where I would pick an ending would be coming up, and just like save and then kind of work my way from that again. It occupies the same space in my head. Explain. Oh, the Nonary games I do want to get back into to play Zero Time Dilemma, because that does have multiple endings, but those multiple endings also lead you into the ultimately true ending. If you told me Danganronpa 1 had like 3 other endings I missed, I'd believe you. No, it has strictly 1 ending. There is technically a secret other ending, but it's not even an ending because it'll pop you right back into fucking the main storyline. And it's such like a weird offshoot, like you're in the middle of one of the courtroom determination things, and you as Makoto, the main character, this is really late game, by the way, like there's only like maybe 5 or 6 of you left, or like 6 or 7 of you left, like super late game, and you're in one of the trials, and one of the dialogue lines from Makoto you pick, and it starts this like hypothetical flash forward to, oh no, if we're all stuck here, what happens? Like, we just don't ever leave. And it's this weird fantasy of Makoto. I'm trying to remember everyone that's there. Aoi, the swimmer girl, the nerdy bookish girl, the dude that like flunked high school 5 times and he's like way older than everybody else, but he's also like a cult master or some shit like that. And the chick with amnesia, because I'm trying not to give too much of spoilers, the purple hair, who's very clearly like dressed like a detective, but whatever. And like someone else, I think it's blonde dude with glasses who's such an asshole. You're all in like this weird fantasy of like, oh no, we're all stuck here, what do we do? And you all become like a cult like family where everyone's just kind of like dating each other to preserve the bloodlines. There's like 5 babies running around. I don't want to give you spoilers. Anyway, here's who lives. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, because I'm not telling you explicitly who dies and who kills, but I do just a little bit, just a smidgen, a little bit, that you do get different endings based on, I almost want to say like RNG, just to not have the same characters killed, at least in the same order, because if you could get out with like a different cast and crew, I think it would be interesting, but unfortunately there is a reason to why you end up with the people that you do, because it does follow into the other games. So if anything, that would be like the quote-unquote true ending, but if there were to be other endings, that would be interesting, but that's it. That's just the one. It's the only ending. Same for Danganronpa 2. It's just the one ending. I think it also has like a secret, silly, haha second ending that isn't actually an ending, but I don't think I got that one ever. I haven't played 3. Talking about the deaths makes me want butter. Cryptic, why do you say things? Biker manly guy? Yeah, okay. That's fair. I will give them credit that a lot of the deaths are really creative. I say a lot of because not all of them are, but a lot of them are creative, if not still kind of gruesome. I think this also might be like nostalgia, rose-tinted glasses talking, but I think the Danganronpa 1 has more tame deaths than 2. But so I'm going through all the deaths in my head of like who the perps were, because when you find someone that died, it's the same fucking thing every time basically. So for the perps that did it, remembering their deaths, a lot of them do seem really silly, but like appropriate, because all of them are themed after like whatever their specialty was. I think I've talked about it here before, but I played Danganronpa when I was unemployed, and changing medications making me hyper emotional, and it was emotionally rough. That's fair. That's really fair. Because it is, you are seeing the aftermaths of murders and also watching half the cast die. Whether or not you even liked the character to begin with doesn't matter, because some of the characters they are well written to the point where like I don't like them. It's actually nauseous after watching the deaths. Oh, that's really rough. I'm so sorry. 10, gonna play 2. 2 is, I would almost want to say rougher, because I feel like they cranked up the murder scenes, like when you find someone dead. And I want to say they cranked up the death animation for the perps also. Like, granted, they're more creative, but I feel like they're also more gruesome to some degree. Which I've been desensitized to it because of Danganronpa and the Nonary games and similar games of the like. But I'm still nervous to play 3, Danganronpa 3, because of how much it felt like they amped up the deaths from 1 into 2. Awesome, my slingshot died. Yippee, what the fuck was here? Oh, it was probably a blank tile. Grape dress? Interesting. Probably don't ever want that. I do recommend Danganronpa though. I think it is an interesting game. I think that, especially if you can handle just a little bit of gore, like very minimal, in my opinion, gore and blood. Plus the blood itself is like highlighter pink, so it's really not that visually gruesome, but like it's implied. If you can handle that, I think they're good games. Speaking of death games, have you seen Amazing Digital Circus? I have, but I haven't seen the latest, I want to say couple of episodes. I definitely haven't seen the beach episode. I think the one before that. So I'm a little behind. I do remember the last one I saw was basically everyone got guns and we're just sort of, no. Last one I saw was everyone, no, was that? I'm like switching. Okay, the last 2 episodes I remember is the one where they did a bunch of suggestions. Like they had like a little suggestion box, and they did a bunch of like quick little mini mission episodes. So like they had like a baseball one, they had anime looking scene, they had a couple other ones, and it was silly goofy. And then I remember the other one, the most recent ones that I saw was the gun episode, where everyone basically just gets a gun and they partner up, and in these teams is basically whoever was king of the hill, last man standing or last team standing. So that's the last one I remember. I don't know if I am caught up before the beach episode or if I'm missing one between that. Surprised there's no little postcard for a Toy Day Christmas one, but whatever. But I do like it. I do like the amazing digital circus. I think it is well crafted, and it definitely shows the skill and the talent of. I'm only missing one episode. Is it the beach episode? Is the one that I'm missing? Because if so, awesome. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's really interesting that it shows how well loved that the directors and creators of the show are clearly treating it, and as well as the voice actors that are involved, that it is so highly popular and well loved in the community. I think it's great. I think it's really silly goofy, but definitely when it has the harder hitting topics of friendships, relationships, trauma, etc. Like, it really doesn't make too light of them. Like, they might have a couple lines where it's a little bit on the lighter side, but they do very seriously talk about some important things, and I think that's a really good message to have in shows, especially one as popular as this. Same goes for, like, I'd want to say Has Been, Hotel, and Hell of a Boss, but I'm also not the biggest fan of Busy Pop, and that's just like a personal thing. She, in my opinion, has been very hypocritical of fans, even people that interact with the show, people that comment on the show, where, granted, this is old news, there was a point where people were making their own, like, Emin fan sodas that were clearly not in the show, clearly not, like, trying to rip off of, like, oh, this is, like, my OC, but it's, like, clearly, like, a ripping of, like, a character already established in there or some shit. Or people would make fan art of established characters, but, like, it was clearly just fan art of, like, oh, I love this character, blah blah blah, I made fan art of them. And she would, on Twitter, dig into these people and say, like, oh, you know, like, why did you do this? How could you do that? I remember there was a while where, like, people were trying to, I think this is still a thing, where people were trying to debate the like human past of some of these demons, especially for like has-been. Like what did human Husk look like? What did human Alistair looks like? What did human fucking, oh god, what's his name? The spider. Angel Dust. What did these human variants of these characters look like? And people would make them all types of ways where there are different races, different heights, different, you know, attributes that like still had carried over from the demon themselves of like, oh, like Angel Dust has like a gold tooth, so he would still have the gold tooth in the human design, but would look obviously more human. And I remember at one point there was one where like she just really ripped into someone for like an Angel Dust human design, and it was like the weirdest like critique, if you could even call it that. I don't know. I don't like how she treats her fan base. I think it's really shitty. With how Tomokoda the shows are, it's insane to hate fan art. It's your main audience. Right, like that's my thing of like, just say thank you. Even if you don't like it, just say thank you and move on. Say like, oh my god, thank you for making this art. Thank you for putting your time and creativity into it. Just, that's it. Move on. Or even just put like, wow. Yeah, or even just ignore it. Like, don't even say anything. Just be like, oops, didn't see it. Sorry. But like, don't go bashing your fans. Granted, again, this was a while ago. Like, last couple years? Even like really early this year, like January, February. I don't know, maybe she stopped doing that. Maybe she turned it around. Who knows? I just don't appreciate when creators of things, famous people, start dogging on their fans for honestly, truly innocent things, such as fan art or, you know, truly innocent gifts that a person might be trying to give. I would understand if it was like hurtful or if it depicted a certain type of thing that you don't vibe with. Like, oh my god, that score of my favorite character. My favorite characters being like, you know, disemboweled or some shit. Like, I would understand that. But no, this was like honestly like innocent fan art of like cute little poses, showing like the comparison of like, oh, this is the elements I took from this character to make it human, and it made, you know, it makes sense. It might not be right, but it makes sense. Or like shit like that. And it's just like, why are you dogging on them? These people like you. These people adore your show, your creative genius, your whatever the fuck you make. Why are you dogging on them? What do they do to you? Nothing. Except try to bring joy and whimsy into this space. Okay, I'm just getting a lot of clothes right now, but alright. Famous people act like their opinions matter, it's crazy. I mean, to a degree, they do, because they have such an outreach, which is both good and bad, because if the opinion is poor and it's bad, and you're preaching that opinion to impressionable young people to say like, oh, this is my thought, you should think that too. Okay, well, you're just making a generation of younger people that think like, oh, you know, maybe I should bring guns to school because I, you know, my favorite TikToker said that I should. Or some shit, like, I don't know. But on the contrary, if it is a good opinion, like, and it is genuinely helpful and good, well then that can also influence the younger generation. Be like, hey, maybe you should treat your friends and family with the respect that they deserve. Keep the loved ones in your life loved. That's good advice. That's a good opinion. If someone famous said that, you should maybe do that. Obviously within rights and boundaries and whatever, but like generally speaking, it's a good thing to show appreciation for the people that you care for. If some famous person said like, oh yeah, you should totally bring like cyanide and prank your friend and put in their drink when they're not looking, you probably shouldn't listen to them. I will say this sort of like a, not like turn of the century, but like it definitely does feel like the generational gap between certain things where, at least when I was younger, and landline phones were still a thing, and cable TV and satellite TV existed, you could go outside and play with your friends and reenact movies and shows that you've seen, but know that like you probably shouldn't do anything that would really be illegal or dangerous.
Mother, can I have laxatives to put in my friend's lunch before the talent show?
Is your friend constipated? Does your friend have some tummy troubles that they need help with? Because otherwise, no. I don't know.
He won't be after I give it to them.
That's a very compelling argument. I will pack you the appropriate amount of laxatives and not the entire bottle. I'll give you one little capful of laxative. Because that would be enough to not make someone shit their pants. I don't know, I think there is like a generational gap between like when I was a kid versus capful for a mouse friend. Well, the equivocal amount of a capful to a mouse friend. There's small dosage. I feel anyone that is after my generation is not like fully, but like there, it definitely does feel like a big enough difference that like maybe they didn't quite play outside and they could have been more iPad baby-ish, or like they were more attuned to like electronic entertainment than outside imagination brain entertainment, which isn't bad, but definitely does feel like there is a distinction. And then very clearly, evidently, the generation after that definitely feels like the big jump of like, okay, you were definitely an iPad baby. There's no doubt about that, like you were 100% an iPad baby. And there's no fixing it. That's just what it is. Sorry I keep giving you vague answers of what my age is. Where I'm old enough to remember landlines, but not old enough to like know certain other things that might have also been during the time. Growing up with a Game Boy Advance and hard platformer games was good engagement, which is fair. Because at least, like, it was a challenge enough that, like, you had to sort of use your brain of, like, okay, how do I progress? You know, do I have to time a jump? Do I have to solve a puzzle? Do I have to get a key item that I'm missing? Where would that key item be? Like, you're actually, like, really thinking and using your brain versus TikTok, where you are quite literally sometimes losing brain cells watching whatever TikTok slop is on there. So it's understandable of like, okay, like the generation of myself and probably the generation after me, like a mix of the generation after me, has a good level of like brain power where they can like still use their brain, still know like puzzle solving, reading, writing, arithmetic, etc. Where, and this is a study that is happening currently, that the most recent gens, it's like Gen Alpha, Gen Beta, no, I don't think we've hit Gen Beta yet, but like Gen Alpha, do not or are losing the ability to write proper grammatical sentences. They are shortening words like texting, text format, where like instead of the word you, y-o-u, they would just put the letter u. Or they would use abbreviation words like about and just putting like AB or ABT or like things like that, or like they have no idea where to put punctuation, they don't know where to put a period, a comma, colon, semicolon, like things that you would learn generally in like early schooling age. No clue, absolutely lost, no idea how to do that. Growing up with Pokemon on my Game Boy Advance relates to how I make friends now. I don't think people talk about what they saw on Cocomelon. That's the other thing that I've seen from parents that are posting on their social media. Sorry, I was trying to like think of words. I want to say newer parents, so like currently maybe their kids are not even 5. Like definitely single digit children age, where all of the newer kid shows are so high stimulating that it is affecting their children to some degree, where like maybe they're a little bit more restless, maybe they need more of like an energy outlet, or they just like they won't really settle, versus the children's shows that I had or these parents had when they were kids, where it was a lot less stimulating, a lot more relaxed or calming even, but still like entertaining enough to teach children like the little lesser life lessons of like, oh, how to make friends, really basic math, the joy of adventure, the joy of creativity, like things like that, where it is still like, oh, like fucking Blue's Clues. I'd say Bluey is still like a good one for like more modern children show, but like I don't know, like Cocomelon or these like other newer children's shows are just like so high stimulating that like kids are like freaking out. Engaging is not stimulating. Yeah, engaging does not equal stimulating. Shrek is engaging, flashing colors and sounds is stimulating. Exactly. Where like it's these like brightly colored characters that are running around, zipping around, uh, going everywhere, and like the episodes are short, right? Like they're kids shows. They're maybe like 10 minutes long. So to have a story impactful enough to be in that 10 minutes with these bright colors, flashing things, fast moving is extremely stimulating. And making these kids restless and like fidgety and like needing more of like a power outlet, like to like release all this energy versus, and again, I will be showing my age here a little bit, of like Blue's Clues, Dora the Explorer, Bear in the Big Blue House, fucking Ni Hao Kai Lan, I think, was one I also seen at some point where like she teaches you Chinese, kind of like Dora, where Dora teaches you Spanish. I don't know, just like they're like the oh god, there's one that I'm thinking of. I don't remember. It was a family of cats set in like ancient China, and it was like a royal family of cats, and it was really cute. Sagwa. It was called Sagwa. You can tell I really like that one. Um, but it was way less stimulating. It was like a little family Siamese cats, and they had these cute, kind of colorful collars, but they're not like bright. They're just like enough to differentiate between all the cats. But they would go on little adventures, and like Sagwa would learn the meaning of family and relations. Is this Sagwa? Am I Sagwa? Is that what this is? But it was very engaging and so much less stimulating than like Cocomelon or fucking what's the show with like the dogs that have occupations, like a police dog and a firefighting dog and like some other dog that has like a little uniform. You're talking about Sagwa? I love that show. I am where I was. I'm ranting about Paw Patrol, thank you. Or Pup Patrol, whatever the fuck. That one's like so stimulating. Not super bad, but like it's very stimulating because of bright flashing colors and like they're running around, and you know, like the episodes again are like 10 minutes long. They have a lot to do in 10 minutes to like keep your attention, and it's very, very, very stimulating. Versus some of the childhood shows I had that are very engaging but not super stimulating, like Sagwa or Blue's Clues or Dora. There was a time kind of like Nickelodeon Jr. or Nick Jr., but it was like it was called something else, and it was definitely for like young children, like very young children. I think it was called Noggin. I remember the characters. It was like a bright yellow moose and like a blue little bird. But it basically would put on like the, at the time, baby, young, and child appropriate shows. Because I remember like Oswald the Octopus, or what else was on there? So at this point I'm gonna be mixing like whatever cable satellite companies like Disney, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon. Because I do remember Bear in the Big Blue House, because I had a very similar mouse plushie or at least I thought it was very similar. It was probably drastically different to the mouse that lived in the big blue house. There was also, I don't know, the Wiggles. If you want like real life people, the Wiggles. There was, oh god, I'm like remembering shows, but I don't remember their names. But there was a show, I don't remember what TV company it was on, but it was if you take your hand and you act like you're about to hold like a sandwich or burger, but you just close your fingertips together, so like your fingertips and your thumb are touching to make like a little hand puppet-esque thing, and you put little googly eyes on one of your fingers. That was a show of just like this little hand puppet family. I could not tell you what the name of it is or what the purpose of that show was. What are you on about? I swear to God. We're about to do like a fucking childhood show deep dive. But I remember that being a show because I, at some point, had the same kind of like weird googly eyes that you would put, like you'd wear like a ring on one of your fingers to make like a hand puppet, and that was just like a thing that my dad and I did, and we would just like just interact that way, play like a little scenario that way as a child. You know what? We might be going on like a fucking deep dive. I'm pretty much done decorating as it is. So we save, we end. We're going. I most certainly will pull up a list of fucking, we're closing this bitch. We're getting out of here. Where is my, let me open like a new fucking window. Childhood TV shows. I'm gonna assume it was like Nick Jr. Oh yeah, no, yeah, no. I'm like I recognize like 5 of them immediately. Hold on. Window capture. Hi, hello. While we're in Chrome, can we gamba? I got a dumb 60K. No, we're talking about childhood shows now. Google coin flip. You and your gamba, crazy. Anyway, we're here now. Childhood shows. I remember the Backyardigans. They were chill. I remember Max and Ruby. 2002. Heads. Hi, Foo. I should probably change this to like just chatting. Tails. Oh my god. Just catting. You know what? We're just catting. Oh my god. Flip a coin. Heads. Hope so. Oh, I hope someone was happy for that. Anyway, Max and Ruby, Wonder Pets. Didn't watch this. Didn't watch this. I knew of it, but never watched it. Blue's Clues. Little Bill. I I have a vague memory of it. I feel like it's probably bad at this point. Like it probably didn't age well because it's Bill Cosby, and we know what happened with Bill Cosby. I do remember Yo Gabba Gabba. I maybe probably only saw a handful of episodes because I think I was a little older than the demographic that it should have been. We got Dora. I do. Oh, this is TikTok. Ugh. Yeah, we're going on TikTok. I'm sorry. This might be loud as fuck. I do remember this. I do remember Franklin.
Coming over to play.
Correction. I also remember this. I have a vague remembrance of some of these shows because have I seen Boobas? No. I recognize them because I remember they had toys. I did not ever see the show, but I did watch Teletubbies, which I feel like would probably be a similar premise. Anyway, other of these shows, I'm probably gonna have a vague remembrance, but like I would be able to recognize, like, oh yeah, I remember this. This is like Maggie and the Ferocious Beast, and this is the Beast, and he was actually just like a silly, goofy guy. Like if you showed me what the thing was, I'd be like, oh yeah, I know that. So bold to what I say, what I fucking say, what I called it. Yeah, like I would probably like recognize things. Could I tell you an episode verbatim? Probably not, but depends on the show because there are some shows that I genuinely maybe only saw like 4 episodes of, if that. So now we're just here. But if you guys remember any childhood shows, yeah, I don't remember this. I recognize the intro because I think at one point I had watched it in an art class in like middle school, but I don't ever remember actually watching it. I was right. Chad, I don't know if you can see this, but like this little thing in the corner, it says noggin. So I was right, that was a thing. I guess it'd be Nick Jr. I think I mostly skipped to Cartoon Network. I feel like I probably did watch some like younger Cartoon Network shows, and I just wouldn't be able to tell you if it was specifically Cartoon Network, Disney, or Nickelodeon. Noggin was Nick's preschool shows, I think. That would probably make sense, but I do very specifically remember watching Noggin. I was definitely too old for it because I was probably still in like I was probably in elementary school by that point, but I think they had some like overlap of like preschool into like early elementary. So I have no idea, but no idea what this is. I don't know Goa Goa Island. So this seems really cute and definitely very low stimulation. Like this is the thing I'm talking about when like these shows are low stimulus but still engaging so that a young child would be like, "Oh my god, I want to see the colorful things, but it's not like neon piercing your eyeballs." There's a bunch of Nick shows that were centered on learning for kids. Are you too old to watch Fetch with Ruff Ruffman? I have seen a handful of Fetch shows because I thought they were genuinely really interesting, and it almost in a and I mean this in a good way, felt like Fear Factor for kids, but in a very safe and controlled environment. But that could have also been the couple of episodes that I watched. Because I think I watched like the couple of Halloween episodes where like kids would actually try to face their fears or would do gross, weird things that were completely safe, mind you, but like it's just like, ew, I have to touch my hand in slime and dig out something in the bottom of a slime pit. Or like holding a tarantula that is completely safe and won't hurt anyone, but just like, ew, the spider is scary. Ah, like kind of whatever thing. Thomas Tank Engine and Friends, a classic. I, interestingly, did not watch a lot of episodes. I've seen maybe 4. No, not even, probably. Little Bear. I do remember Little Bear. Little Bear was quite cute. Very, very storybook-esque. And I remember really liking the art style because it looked very storybook, fairy tale-esque. Or like old cartoon, like Tom and Jerry, where like you knew that it was strictly part of the background because it was like highly detailed and almost like watercolor like, but you knew something was going to be interactive or used in a minute because like the art style would be a little different, like a little simpler because it'd be easier to animate. What the? Don't know that one. What the?
The busy world
Busy World of Richard Scary?
of Richard Scary.
Nope. No, what the? This was like an acid trip. Didn't watch that. Why does this look like the Muppets, but like just Cat in the Hat? Like Dr. Seuss had like a gig with the Muppets for like a bit. Nope, didn't have that one. Everyone knows Dora. Dora's been around for like fucking 50 years or some shit. Movie night with the Muppets went well. Oh, good. Muppets are really good. Muppets are fun and silly, goofy. I interestingly remembered this opening scene, like this, like everyone sort of like looping in the intro. And Blue's Clues. Everyone loves Blue's Clues. I feel like every generation. I feel like someone's also posted this, but like every generation has a blue dog to guide the youngest generation to learning. Love how the angel spit in Kermit's eyes to send back in his timeline. It is really funny.
Have you seen Blue, my puppy?
There she is. Yippee! Nope, don't care about that. Okay, goodbye. Never seen Blue's Clues? Interesting. We're just gonna look up childhood TV shows. Because I want to find the one I was talking about, the one with like the weird hand puppet. Because it was strange. Seen maybe a handful of Arthur, seen Sesame Street. I'm talking about like little kids, like not like I've seen Foster's Home and I've seen Fairly Odd Parents, but I'm not talking about those. SpongeBob, Billy and Mandy. Yeah, Dragon Tales. I think of Breaking Bad. No. Dragon Tales, I do kind of have a vague memory of. I don't think I watched a lot of Barney. Like, I know Barney existed. I have zero memory of watching Barney. Truly and genuinely. I do remember this. Roly Poly Oly. Weird little, like, futuristic robot family. Where they. You ever seen the movie Robots? With, Robin Williams as Fender? Take that, but make it really cute and wholesome and meant for, like, 5-year-olds. There's a Barney SNES game that plays itself with no controller input whatsoever for kids. Interesting. I guess that would make sense. Magic School Bus, I remember. Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, I remember. Rip Mr. Rogers, who was genuinely such a nice and caring person. I remember Teletubbies, vaguely. Never watched The Big Comfy Couch. Knew it existed. Didn't watch it. I'm so sad that I never actually watched Pingu because I found about Pingu much, much later in life. I need to eliminate the people who rebooted the Magic School Bus. Interesting. Oh god, Bob the Builder. Oh, why does he look like that? That's not. Chad, why he look like that? Why he look like that? Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I remember him being like so like round and like simplified. Saleros, hi Lucy, I've been gone for a while. Me too! Wow, I just came back from my little vacation. Now we're just chatting about childhood shows. I do remember Cyber Chase. Cyber Chase fucked. Oh, PBS. That was a thing. Hey Arnold. I've only strictly seen Schoolhouse Rock in school. I've not ever watched it on my own time. It was strictly only in certain classes, which is, I think, really funny. Um, I'm determined to find this like weird Fan the Big Blue House. Yeah, this I remember, and I know for sure that I've watched probably like a season's worth. I watched Powerpuff Girls and How to Train Your Dragon Race to the Edge. Oh. I assume you're of a younger. Look up Ubi. That sounds very familiar. Yep, that was it. Yep, that was a thing. That is exactly what I was thinking of. It's this little hand puppet family. You would get these like, oh, this was like the father figure. I remember that. This was your main character. He has a Facebook? That's so strange. What um yeah, they had these like little eye ring thing that you would put to make like a little hand puppet. It was weird. Could I tell you what the show is about? No. I'm now dying though. No! Why are you dying? Yeah, for the Noggin channel. That would make sense. Okay, have other people in chat seen and or recognize Ubi? I got Sekiro Shadows die twice today and have been getting absolutely fucked. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. I wish you the best of luck. Wubsy, I do remember that. Jack's Big Music Show? Yeah, this is. Oh, good. What in the. Okay. I'm compelled to. Oh, I do recognize this. I do remember Websy. I actually recognize Jack's Big Music Show. Again, I watched Noggin probably for a little too long. This is Nick Jr. though, so I will. Yeah, aired on Noggin. I watched Noggin for like a little too long. I'll be so honest. Oswald, which is sitting behind my head. Oswald. Yeah. Kind of easier than Elden Ring though, which is funny since I find the general thing is that Sekiro is the hardest Souls-like Soulsborne, and Elden Ring is one of, if not the easiest one. Interesting. I have heard similar feedback, I guess, from the general community of like Elden Ring being one of the easier games. I want to send something funny, but it's a little mean. Do it anyway. Um, yeah, I'm recognizing like not all of these, mind you, because I don't know what the fuck this is. I love my glue eating Yoshi. You know what's funny? I know for a fact that I have an above average IQ. Like last I tested it, I think it was 119. So I'm not dumb by any means. Might also be I'm an early game, but that's the same for Elden Ring. That's fair. That's fair. But yes, hey, who knows? Maybe watching preschool age shows for a little too long made me develop my brain more. Who knows? Because I don't recognize that. Oh, okay, this is later. I don't know what this is. I do recognize Wonder Pets. I don't recognize Blue's Clues and You. Yeah, I watch preschool age shows for far too long because I recognize this, but I don't know if I ever actually watched JoJo's Circus. Canadian American stop motion animation. I just fucking asked about a bullet. Oh my god. JoJo's creepy. I average. I don't think she's creepy, but I don't think she's cute either. Little Lion's okay. Don't know this. I do recognize Nihao Kailan. Died. This was different. I do have a vague remembrance of Maisie. There was a Mimsy show that I do remember watching. Mimsy the Little Rabbit. Um, I did unfortunately watch Yo Gabba Gabba. Let me see. Z spelled it wrong. Oh, Z Rabbit show. No, it wasn't. No, what? Is it wrong? Mimsy. No, it's not the last Mimsy. Like the little white rabbit character. Is it? How the fuck do you spell it? Mimsy? No, not Alice. What the fuck? I do remember Kenny the Shark. I also remember Kick Butowski being a thing. I think that was Disney XD. What? What show is this? I feel like. Oh my god. Him. Just. No. No, it's not. This. Miffy! That's what it is. I'm fucking stupid. Maybe I do eat glue. Sorry, guys. Yes. There was a Miffy animated TV show, and it was very cute. Yeah, Miffy and Friends. Clay. This? No. This was strictly 2D. It was like this. Almost Sanrio-esque. Very like Hello Kitty coded. But it was very strictly 2D drawn. Like it looked like this. So I don't ever remember a 3D variant. Some shows are cursed to me. I'd only watch them while having a fever on my grandma's couch a foot away from the TV. That's crazy. That's wild. Trailing on cable or something. My childhood friend growing up also only had cable, so there were shows, uh, specifically Cyber Chase, I only ever watched at her house because she had PBS, because cable. But the shows I watched because I had satellite, she would only ever watch at my house because I had satellite and we had different channels. Kid versus Cat or something? That also sounds familiar. Versus Cat. Yeah, I have a vague remembrance of that where like was the cat actually a cat? Because this looks like a sphinx because it's hairless. But like I remember it being like an alien or some shit. Where like it wasn't actually a cat, but like a cat imposter. Yeah, Kate Batowski. I do remember that. Yin Yang Yo. I do remember this. This was weird. I think it's an alien. I do remember this. This was strange. Remember Johnny Test and like the fucking whip crack noise that they used every 30 seconds because they had no other gimmicky sound effect? Why is there a Titan sized bull with fire attacking me? I wish I could tell you. Core fucking memory unlocked? Oh, please. Please spell foo. Was it a was it Candace and Phineas and Ferb situation where you can't prove the cat? Oh, maybe. That sounds familiar. I could see that. I could see that happening. I knew of Tough Puppy. Didn't watch it, but it sounded cute. I didn't watch it. Um, Tough Puppy was meh. Damn, sorry to hear that. I do distinctly have a memory or a series of memories where this is gonna be like the craziest stretch of memory, but I remember having gone to, I want to say, Sam's Club. And at the time, VHS tapes were still very much a thing, but DVDs were also coming into like popularity. But I had a collection of VHS tapes that were like a series of episodes for a Hello Kitty animated show as well as a Hello Kitty, I don't want to say movie, but it definitely felt like a one off that was different than the rest. And I so distinctly remember them. And I had like 5 or 6 of these VHS tapes, but I didn't have all of them because there was numbers in the middle that I for sure didn't have. I had like 1, 2, 3, and then like 5, 6. 3 episodes. No, this was like I had several of these VHS tapes. Show early 2000s. Because there's one specific, I don't know, episode or just like general that Hello Kitty and subsequent friends, and I could name you most of them because I was a Hello Kitty girl growing up, that basically reenacted a handful of storybook stories or like fairy tales. Because I remember there was a Little Red Riding Hood one, there was a Cinderella one, there was like two or three other ones in that subsequent little thing, which is why I want to say it was a movie, but I could not tell you for certain. And it was in English. I remember that much. It might be Hello Kitty's Paradise, because this looks very, very familiar. Hello Kitty and Friends Fairy Tale Fantasy. Oh my god, no, this was definitely like a movie. This is an hour 45 long. Okay, that was a whole separate issue. I had like 5 VHS tapes, and these had like 2 or 3 episodes each per tape. And then this, and I remember this so distinctly because it had such a wide cast of Sanrio characters. Most of the big main ones, or at least what I would consider big main ones at the time, because I think they've sort of changed over time, but like I remember it was Hello Kitty, obviously, because she's the main star. There was Tuxedo Sam, which is a little blue penguin, little blue sailor penguin, and he had a cute little bow tie and a little sailor hat. There was Dear Daniel, which was her love interest to some degree, but they're not related. But he's also a cat. He's another white cat. Mimi, her twin sister. There was also My Melody, a little rabbit with like the pink ears. But I don't think Cinema Roll, Kuromi, or like Cardopi might have been in there. But like some of the more like modern well-known ones today, I don't think were in there. I remember the older popular characters being in there, like Batsmaru, which is another little punk ass penguin. Now I kind of want to watch this and like go through it. I definitely couldn't because that's copyright and shit in there. But like, I so distinctly Hello Kitty and Friend, Hello Kitty Fairy Tale. Here, I just want the Wizard of Paws. Yeah, cause like as someone who is an 8-year-old edge lord, I totally relate to having watched this. Yeah, I'm so sorry. I am a tried and true girly, girly pop. I don't remember Wizard of Oz. But yeah, this is Tuxedo Sam. This is My Melody. I don't remember who this little seal thing is. I do know these characters, but I don't know their name. I do remember Riding. All of them. Little Red Bunny Hood, because that would make sense. Is it a true girly? That's where you kiss the. Oh, wait, never mind. Crazy. Marshall Sam, Deputy Chip. I want to know, like, what characters were, like, actually in there. Yeah, Cinder Kitty. I remember the scene. They fucking play football. That's perfect. Yeah, this is what the scene is of like, oh my god. Yeah, she was like the main sort of like villain in a lot of the little bits. Yeah, Cinder Kitty aims to become the head cheerleader for the Royals, which is a football team. But somehow this was like the crossover of like Cinderella. Couldn't tell you. Could not could not tell you why that was the case. How Kitty fucking smashes the other player's jaw into 8 pieces. I fucking wish. Oh, this is Dear Daniel. Literally just like another white cat, but like is of her love interest. Yeah, like it's just like it's so cute. I don't recognize this scene, but I recognize most of the characters that are in it. So like My Melody, Hello Kitty, Cardopi, Batsmaru, Pom Pom Purin, Ukachi. I know his name starts with a P, but I don't remember. Don't know these guys. I recognize him, but I forget his name. Recognize these, but forget their name. I also had a Hello Kitty DS game that was like not quite tycoon-esque, but like kind of like you were upgrading your apartment in a city that you recently moved to as Hello Kitty, and you would try to get like popularity through making friends and fashion. And I never, like, I would try to 100% the game, and I never was able to do so. I don't remember why, but it was probably because I would have failed at some of the games. I do remember this. So I guess there was like a Goldilocks situation. I just wanted to play the games my sister was playing, but she was a bully and never let me. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Now I feel inclined to like rewatch these just for the nostalgia, but I will probably not ever find this except for like the YouTube cropped videos, which makes me sad. This is Tuxedo Sam, and he's really cute. Yeah, but like I don't think that some of the newer characters that are popular now currently were in the older shows because like I don't see Kuromi, I don't see Cinema Roll. Like he would be appropriate here because he can fly. There's just like other characters that like I don't see in here. If you can't find it, I may have a way. I probably have a way. I will just probably try first. But sorry, I went on a whole Hello Kitty rant and I apologize because that is very not goth coded. However, do any of you have a favorite childhood show or movie? Gap Moe, I guess. I guess that would be what that is. I don't know, actually, honestly. Yeah, did any of you have like a favorite, even franchise? I guess would be appropriate because like Sanrio as a whole franchise was like a thing for me for a good chunk of my childhood, where I had a lot of Hello Kitty everything. Like I had a Hello Kitty wallpaper strip, like not like a full like wall, but like it was just like a little like I don't know 3-inch wide strip that went around my whole room. I had like Hello Kitty pillows and blankets and plush toys and like obviously the VHS tapes and like shit like that. So it was very evident that that was my thing for a very long time. Currently, I watched Thomas the Tank Engine and Tom and Jerry a lot when I was young. I did watch a lot of Tom and Jerry. Um, I've definitely watched it through the ages because I do remember seeing the animation style change from like really old classic Tom and Jerry to it becoming a little bit more simplified over time. Because, like, I remember sort of this style, which feels like the newer style, but I also remember this style, like this very old, like kind of realistic style. My TV time as a kid was with my mom, so it ended up being shows like All My Children. Oh, okay, okay, so different take entirely. I had VHS tapes and old cartoon DVD compilations. Interesting. Yeah, cause I think I was fortunate enough. Like I remember this style of Tom and Jerry, but I also remember like this where it's definitely like simplified, still older, this kind of thing too. Like it was just the style, and like I remember like slowly watching it change over time. And this is, I recognize this is like the Magic Ring movie. That was probably the most recent Tom and Jerry I had seen. I haven't seen the reboot. Saw all ages of Tom and Jerry, Woody Woodpecker, and Popeye. I've seen a little bit of Popeye, so I do recognize like some of the jokes that it had. I never watched Woody Woodpecker, and I don't know if that was because I just wasn't up at the right time. Oh, I do remember this style. This was like a weird. This was a weird time because I remember this style too. Like this felt really out of place. It's probably a 40s show. That could genuinely be it. But I recognize like a lot of the Tom and Jerry era. I don't recognize the newer one. Like I'll recognize that it's them, but this does not read Jerry to me. Like it is, but like it's not. Or like this. Like I recognize this as Tom and Jerry, but this is definitely like the newer age Tom and Jerry, like the 2010s, I want to say. Ironically, I hated the Itchy and Scratchy show from The Simpsons because it was too realistically gory because it was like cartoon gore, but like no. Of the Flash animation, yeah, not what the fuck. Why? Okay, we're not gonna question why Tom is not the right color, but sure. Okay. But yeah, I do recognize a lot of Tom and Jerry. Definitely like the older end of the cartoon cuz like I remember this. I remember like I remember seeing the animation change just like over time cuz like these were different time eras because Tom and Jerry is an old show. That's gore of my legally distinct comfort character. Yeah, I hated it. I my dad loves The Simpsons. Like he's probably watched all of it genuinely. Oh, I remember Little Ugly Duckling. And the first time that I saw Itchy and Scratchy, not knowing what was going to happen, I was like, "Oh, yippee! It's like Tom and Jerry, but like." Because I knew things of like, oh, like little Easter eggs in shows of like, oh, like they're just kind of having like a nod to something. But then seeing the absolute gore of like, I don't even remember exactly what it was, but it was like, um, I'm going to assume. itchy as the mouse, whatever the mouse character is, taking an actual chainsaw and then like slicing the cat into like meat rounds and then throwing it on like a conveyor belt to turn into like a fucking meat paste sausage, whatever. I was sobbing. I was so inconsolable. And my dad was like, "Oh my god, like what's wrong?" Because like he was so like desensitized to it because that was like a long running gag. Did I ever watch Happy Tree Friends as a kid? No. I saw like one episode that my childhood friend showed me. This is the same friend that only had cable, mind you. I had one childhood friend. So if I ever say childhood friend, it's the same one. She showed me an episode of, not even a full episode. It was maybe like half of one of Happy Tree Friends, and I was so like taken aback and like crying because it made me so uncomfortable to see that much level of gore to like these seemingly cute little creatures that like she stopped playing the video, but she gave me a little bit of shit over it. Granted, in hindsight, I forget what her reasoning was, but like she was more desensitized to it or like could like not be like so invested to the character or something like that where like it didn't bother her as much as it did to me. But like I was sobbing. I was freaking out like, "Oh my god. It's like this is scary. This is like it's so, brutal." Whatever, my dictionary was not as versatile as it is now, but like I'm like sobbing. I'm like, "It's so scary. I don't like it. It's scary." She gave me a little bit of shit for it, but then like we stopped watching it and we started watching Jib Jab, like the fucking stupid ass. Yeah, and Bun plays Gore Game for 4 hours a day. I've, as an adult now, like I'm more desensitized to it because like you grow up and you see some of it more in media as like games or shows or whatever, and like you get a little desensitized over time. But I do remember watching immediately after that Jib Jab, which was dumb. And I mean stupid. And I'm pretty sure this is still a thing, but like they had videos at the time. And I don't know if it's just like a compilation of like other people making videos and then them having like that file data because you'd upload your picture, your face, and put it to a character and it would just sort of like cut like the square of your mouth to make it look like you were talking. So like this dude, or like this shit, I remember that. This dude, like it'd just be like the mouth line and then like straight down to like the corners of the chin. And I remember watching like a couple of those and being like, wow. Yeah, I do remember the eggs. What, oh my god. No, this was like 2000 and like 8, 2014. This feels so much older. I oddly enough remember these. I did watch Annoying Orange and Fred. I didn't watch Annoying Orange as much, but I've definitely seen like a handful of episodes. I do distinctly remember watching Fred more, like regularly watching it as Fred made video updates. I also remember early, early Smosh, like where it was just Ian and Anthony being like silly dudes in like one of their houses. I think it was Ian's house. but like just them as they are. And now currently Smosh is still going, but now they're like a whole ass company. They actually have like a cast and crew and like a big thing. And I'm honestly oddly proud that they've gotten so far. So it's like a little like kind of like a parent watching their child grow up, be like, "Aw, I'm so proud of you. You've come so far. You've done so many things." I'm tempted to click on this video, but I really don't want to either. Like, this was so weirdly morbid, but not. You know what? Fuck it. Watching it. Go, fucking ads. Go away.
What? Hey, close the door. Hey, whoa, hey, what's going on? Whoa, hey.
One of your favorite childhood YouTube creators are horrible people now. Not too many because I wasn't that invested in YouTube. I remember Smosh. Um, I do remember Jenna Marbles. I did like her, and I feel bad that she got bullied off the internet because it was just like a different time then, and she acknowledged and owned up to the mistakes she made, but she still got like bullied off the internet. Um, Markiplier, PewDiePie. I really didn't get into the friends of these creators like Jacksepticeye. He's a cool dude, but like I just never really got into his gaming. I do remember maybe like a handful of others like Cryotic Monkey. I just remember him being called Cryotic something. He got outed as gross and bad. Um I don't like I really didn't watch a whole lot of YouTube personalities. Like I would watch maybe like a couple friends of certain ones, but like not regularly enough to be like a dedicated follower of them. I do I do remember watching a lot of The Anime Man, and now he's had a podcast with CDogVA and Giguk for several years now. But I was definitely more into The Anime Man and like a lot of his earlier things, etc., etc. Anyway, this is like a minute long video. Hold on.
Oh, dude. What's she doing? What's that white stuff? What's that? All that? What's that powder? It's so fluffy. Look at it. Hey, guys, where's Steve going? Put me down. Put me down. I don't like stop it. Where are they taking Steve? Put me down. Quit swinging me through the. Huh?
That was a clean crack. I mean, so real. She one-handed cracked that, and she crushed the shell after.
No, I'm too young to die. That's it. I'm out of here. I'm jumping. I'm jumping. No, don't do it. No, don't do it. Don't jump. Oh no. Make her stop. She's a killing machine. Hey, what is that?
Chugga Conroy. I remember watching Chugga Conroy. He is actually the one that got me into the Mario and Luigi series of games. So like Superstar Saga, Bowser's Inside Story. He's actually the one that like got me into that. And he's the one that also showed me Super Paper Mario. Was a massive inspiration for me as a person, but he's had some stuff come out now and it's more mixed. I did stop watching him a long time ago. Like I wouldn't watch him consistently. I would really only watch the games I had interest in, which was a lot of the like Mario and Luigi or I think a couple Kirby games. Maybe like I would not watch him consistently even though he would upload regularly and would play a variety of older Nintendo games. but I just didn't care for some of them as much. I didn't even really watch the Pokemon ones that he did. I did watch a friend of his that I'm not remembering the name of, but they did a lot of vlogs. And at one point, um, Chugga Conroy, or Emil, as I've learned his real name was at the time, visited this friend. It's probably Stephen George, because that sounds familiar. And just like seeing Chugga Conroy as like a human for the first time was really jarring for me for some reason, because I had no idea what he looked like, and just like I put this like generated face to name of like, oh, like this is maybe what he looks like, because he didn't ever, at least not from what I saw or heard in his videos, never gave like a description of himself. So it's just like, oh, okay, like I'm gonna think up what he looks like, and then like seeing him actually in person on like this vlog was like, oh my god, that's what you look like? Like not bad, but just like what? Huh? Luckily, the essay and stalker behavior was a complete fabrication, but there's behind the scenes stuff that apparently was not great. Oh, yeah, I didn't hear about that. But hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Like I watched him randomly. I watched all the Stephen George vlogs with Chugga as a kid. I saw like one little series, just like one of the times that he visited. And I was like, oh my god. And then I didn't really care for vlog channels super intently, with maybe the exception of like one or two. Because like Jenna Marbles I liked, but I also liked her, I want to say influencer personality, for lack of a better term, like her as like a YouTube personality. Um, People on both sides have come out and said I still or I don't support Chugga. I don't know. I think I'm really neutral because again I stopped watching him really early. Because I would really just kind of keep an eye out for when he changed his little profile picture on YouTube, because that would be like your hint of like what game he's playing next. So if I could recognize like, oh, it's probably this type of game, would determine whether or not I would watch whatever game he was currently playing. So it was really spotty in the first place that I watched him, so I wouldn't say I was a diehard fan, but I did watch some of his content. So I'm pretty neutral, because I probably stopped watching him like after I want to say Partners in Time, maybe. Like he played Mario and Luigi Partners in Time, and like no, definitely like 2010s. I stay up until 4 a.m. every night before school, binging his videos. That's crazy. There's definitely like early 2010s or like late 2000s. No, that's not, YouTube didn't exist then. So it's definitely like mid 2010s. Like I did not watch him consistently at all. Um, there was one, I don't remember her name, but oh no, okay, there's two. There's one that I recognize. Her name is Mikey, otherwise known as Glam and Gore. She is a um SFX artist. And I liked watching her videos because A, she is very talented in what she does, but she also at one point was part of the NYX awards or competition where you would use like NYX cosmetics products to make certain looks, and she took her spin on it because a lot of them were beauty creators, so like they would just make like a very pretty face that would fit whatever theme that they were trying to do for that specific challenge, I guess. But Mikey would put her spin on it and would use like prosthetics and um, her SFX knowledge to make the challenge her own. And that carried her really far into the competition to the point where she won whatever that year was. So I liked her because I thought she was super cool. I now watch her less. I don't know if she's been outed as a bad person. Um, but her focus did sort of shift from doing SFX or makeup tutorials to ghost hunting, which I'm not opposed to, but she would have such long breaks in between video uploads, understandably, because you're going across the country and recording footage. That takes time and real life effort. So I didn't watch her consistently either. There was a period of time where like I really liked watching makeup slash SFX artists. Yeah, makeup to ghost hunting was crazy. There was another one where I don't remember her name, but if I saw her face, I could recognize it. She was another like SFX slash makeup artist, and she was also sort of like an esthetician, I believe, where like she would give advice about like skincare products, because she did have like a license for it, so she would give her, take of certain skincare products, and she actually was the one that got me to look more into good skincare because a lot of the big brand mass marketed skincare is actually not, at least at the time, wasn't great for you. Like the ones that have like the little tiny micro beads that are meant to like help exfoliate, or like they're bursting and they have like little pockets of hydration, whatever bullshit in there, would actually get stuck in your pores and would cause infection. And this was like a proven thing. Oh, JonTron. I did watch JonTron a lot. I also petered off of him when I did hear a lot of the allegations against JonTron. I think now I've maybe seen a couple videos of his, but he also kind of stopped uploading frequently. But I still don't really watch him anymore, because he got outed for some not so great things too. I'm trying to remember the name of this YouTuber. Because she was very like real and down to earth, which I know is a little weird to say as like a beauty and SFX artist. But she would talk about her own health struggles. She had diabetes, or has. I'm pretty sure she's still alive, but she would talk about her diabetes. She would talk about like the health struggle she was going through while doing like one of two things of like more like a vlog like style of like talking about something while she was doing makeup, or she would do like health awareness months, and do like makeup surrounding that occasionally, and it was really nice to like listen to her and just like watch what she did because she was and is very talented. But at some point I think she just kind of dropped off the face of the earth and stopped uploading for a while. And it makes me concerned because I hope that she's still around. I wish I could remember what her name was. But I don't think she was ever outed, at least not that I heard, or like anything. Um, who else? There's another vlogger, I guess, but she was more like a fashion icon. Um, she also dated Anthony Padilla for like a hot minute, and that's how I kind of came across her, was because of that, like it, like this sort of like thing of like Anthony Padilla had announced that they were dating. And so I went to check out her content. Actually liked her content because she did like fashion vlogs where like she would talk about like different companies and where to go for certain things, and like if you're looking for this aesthetic, you should shop at these stores and whatever. Um and then I remember this very distinctly, like when they had announced that they broke up is the exact time that I stopped watching her. Like I watched a vlog of like, yeah, like Anthony and I broke up and blah blah blah, and like that was the last video I ever saw of her. That's be even worse when a seemingly down to earth creator goes gross. Yeah, I'm really hoping she didn't. I'm really hoping that she is still a good human being because she genuinely seemed like such a good human that I would honestly be shocked and appalled if it was outed that she was not. I wonder. I don't know if I would be able to find her this way. Beauty SFX to lists. Uh, not you. So I don't know if she was like really well known. Not Michelle Phan. Not Nikki. Lucy was really nice while she lasted, but the allegations of her swallowing frogs is undeniable. That's crazy. Do you remember she was like a natural redhead? Like natural, I want to say like strawberry blonde even, but like female hair. And I don't like AI. I would try ChatGPT. I would rather shoot myself in the foot than do that. Sorry to say. It wasn't Michelle Phan. I think she's Chicago. I think this was her. It is. Did you look? That was her, cause she made really cool like makeup SFX. Wow, look, I didn't even need to use AI. She's on TikTok, so I imagine she's still alive and well. Huzzah! But yeah, she had really cool and creative. I distinctly remember this oddly creepy look, but she had really cool, interesting art, like makeup artistry, where like she didn't use a lot of prosthetics unless it was like kind of mandatory, where like she had like this little headband of like shit, but like all of these were like very strictly makeup or like face paint. Like she did not ever really glue things to herself or like use prosthetics. I find this kind of makeup unsettling. Sorry to say. That's what it was. But like she was so talented that she never used like any prosthetics. She would use colored contacts. She very, very rarely would ever glue something like this little. Oh, you can't really see it. Let me scoot this over. Okay. This little like pin on this doll, only paint. It is only body face paint. Like she did not take a little piece of cardboard or like a little plastic whatever and paint this. That was only strictly paint. And I thought she was like super cool. I was so impressed by her all the time. She did also do very like pretty glam looks like this. Like this is very pretty like standard foundation, eyeshadow, um poison ivy, but it is very very pretty, very like character like, but she also did a lot of like these like SFX Halloween, I guess, esque works where like she painted on the Harley Quinn mask, she painted on her body. Like the only things that are her is that aren't her are like the frills, the ruffles, and like this like little headpiece looking thing. Everything else was like paint, bald cap, more paint, whatever the fuck this thing is. Like she is so talented, and I'm glad to see that she's on TikTok and she's doing well. So as far as I know, nothing bad has come out from her, and I hope that it stays that way. So I guess in the grand scheme of things, no, I haven't come across too many YouTubers, early YouTubers that have gotten a bad rap from somewhere. Um, so I didn't really watch that many YouTubers. I maybe watched like legitimately 10 regularly over several years. Like they would kind of fade in and out, but like I didn't really branch away from too many of them. I've seen maybe a handful of videos from like other creators, but like I wouldn't say that I was such like a fan that I went to their channel, subscribed, looked at their other media and content and blah blah blah. Like if I came across it on Instagram, I'd be like, "Oh, cool," and move on. Or like I'd see, I guess not during the time there wasn't like YouTube shorts, but like now is like, "Oh, there's like a YouTube short," be like, "Oh, neat." Move on. Like I didn't care enough. I would really only care if I kept seeing their content regularly enough to like even remotely check them out, and then if that, maybe might follow them depending on the content that they made. So it's very, very rare. Sorry, there's also no music playing. It is just just strictly me talking. I'm so sorry. I just realized. But yeah, no, it's not many. But like I said, I had heard of some that were popular, like I knew of them, but I personally didn't follow them, and heard of them being canceled or some sort of information came out about them that they were bad people for XYZ reasons. So like there's been so much yapping, there's no dead air. I'm so sorry. I haven't streamed in a long time. I haven't streamed in 10 days. And you guys are getting a 6-hour stream. 4 of it being Animal Crossing, 2 of it being just yapping about random shit. Um, but yeah, I did hear at some point of like JonTron being outed as a bad person at some point. Um, and I did stop watching him then. I don't really watch him much now. But I did watch him consistently because I thought he was funny. Genuinely, like he has a lot of funny clips from back in the day that I could even still quote now, and they would still be funny in my head. But I recognize that like there's a lot of people like that on the world, especially as like celebrities. Looking at like Bill Cosby or like you know Kevin Hart or like other comedians that may have gotten a bad rap at some point. Like they're still funny, but ultimately they have done some not so great things, and like at that point that's up to you to judge if you still want to like their content. Um yeah, JonTron was one. Jenna Marbles. I feel so bad for her. I mentioned this earlier. She did get flack for a video she made. People were calling it blackface, and I hesitate to even say that. Chris Pratt is gross me sometimes. Yeah, right. Like, there's a lot of celebrities that like are gross, but they still have a reputation that they will still get bookings for things. Fucking Amber Heard is a really good example of she got a lot of flack and a lot of hate, rightfully so, but I think she still is getting bookings for things. But it is making the comeback of like if people realize that oh she's going to be in a movie or in media that they will petition it and like not go see that movie or media that she's in, or like they will try to petition the director company, be like, hey, get rid of her, recast her, like anything, something else. So that is something, but unfortunately it's not all like that. Um Jenna Marbles getting flack for an older video for quote unquote blackface, which I hesitate to even call it that, but I can see why people called it that because she did use a much darker foundation and it was a stereotypical character, like a what's it called? Like an outrageous portrayal stereotype of a character from ages ago. And again, it was a different time. So people thought it was still funny. People thought it was like a great character. And then like years later, it got dredged up somehow and people were like canceling her because of it, and she did make a genuine announcement as an apology, like saying like it was a different time. I do regret making that video. I don't think it's funny anymore. I don't think it was right. Like genuinely apologizing. She even took the video itself down, but she still got severely bullied off of the internet and off of YouTube, and it makes me sad because she tried to own up to her mistakes, and she still got reprimanded in a sense for it. It was on YouTube that accidentally left a clip of her beating her dog in the video. Jesus Christ, I have no idea. I know Shane Dawson. I really didn't watch him or his content. I knew he existed. I know Shane Dawson got super hella canceled. There was another one that was in like a same vein. Um, oh my god, what is his name? The immediate thing that pops up was I'm a Banana as like a not really a music video, but like a music video. Onision, there it is. Um, I did watch him a little bit, and I don't remember how I even came across his videos, but like I watched him a little bit on and off. But he did vlog videos, and in some of the videos, he definitely tried to play it off as like, oh, it's a joke. But you could tell because he lived with a girlfriend at the time, or he lived with someone at the time, a partner, I'm pretty sure. And she would be so terrified to be in his videos. And you could tell, like, the house was, like, you could tell something was wrong watching the videos. You couldn't pinpoint what exactly because nothing was actually seen, but you could tell something was wrong. And I think it came out that he was abusing his partner or abusing his dogs. Something in that vein where he just is not a good person. So I do remember that, but like I wasn't a diehard fan where like I've seen maybe a few of his videos. But after that, like I completely stopped watching. Like I essentially blocked his account from my YouTube feed to make sure that he or anyone similar to him didn't ever show up in my YouTube. Call Me Carson got canceled for cheating on his girlfriend. That was a loss for me. For whatever reason, people try to play it off as SA on a minor despite a 1 year age gap for some reason. I recognize the name. I never watched Call Me Carson. Um I can understand people getting really riled up for cheating on a partner or abusing a partner in any way, and I agree with them because that just is something you shouldn't do, especially to a loved one. And my stance on cheating is if you have the desire to cheat, you should not stay in a relationship. You should break it off. You should tell the other person. You should communicate and see like what are the other options. Is this like a therapy thing? Is there something lacking in the relationship? Is it you fell out of love with them? Anything. But if you want to cheat, do not, do not stay with that person and break their trust, break their love for you, break everything that they held you for, and absolutely kill them inside because you cheated and went behind their back and went to do whatever it is with someone. If you don't want to be in a relationship, don't be. Cheating is gross. Cheating is awful. Cheating is wrong. As someone that has been cheated on, I am a strong advocate of anti cheating. And truly, I wish a lot of cheaters go to hell and burn. I say this with my whole chest. If you cheat on someone, and this is not like, oh, like a polyamory situation or an open relationship situation that has rules and boundaries and an understanding and open communication, not talking about any of that. If you're in a monogamous relationship and you want to see someone else, do not. Don't do it. If you absolutely have to, talk to the person you're currently seeing to see why. Is it something you're missing? Is it something that you don't love them anymore? You fell out of love with them? Is it something like, you just aren't meeting eye to eye and just like you can't, that's a deal breaker for you? Is it just the thrill? Because if it's just the thrill, fuck you. Actually, fuck you. There's someone in the community that bragged about cheating a while back. It'll be a little awkward when I see them. Punch him in the face. Kick him in the dick. Take some brass knuckles, put them on both fists, full swing. Wholeheartedly. I'm joking, obviously, because I don't want to condone violence, but like, that's horrible. That's actually disgusting. Breaking him out is crazy. Yeah, I could never. They're in the Bun Lucy community. DM me, cryptic, because I do not want somebody like that in my community. And I will ban them. I will not give them any warning. I will straight ban them from at least my server. If they're in my Discord. Um yeah, no, absolutely not. It's one thing if you fall out of love with a partner and you don't know how to break it off. It is a tough thing. Unfortunately, you are going to have to be an adult and talk to your current partner. It's another thing to absolutely destroy someone's trust, someone's love, someone's compassion, someone's time and effort with you because you went behind their back and you want to thrill seek, or even if it was accidental, you have to be so like blackout drunk. And even then, like, that would still break my trust. They went on how they cheated on them with the girlfriend's sister. Yeah, it'd be crazy if he was with their own sister, because that's a whole different problem. That's a whole entire different issue. No, with the girlfriend's sister, that's despicable. That's deplorable. Break sibling relationship too. Yeah, like that's a whole different issue. But no, that's because there's so much damage involved in cheating. Like, not only are you hurting your partner, you're hurting whoever you cheated on with because maybe they don't know. They could also have, some sort of status they're holding, and now you've hurt them also. You've hurt your own status. You could hurt your family status. Parents, do want the best of their kid, but if they know that their kid, even if they're an adult, if their kid is doing something bad, there's a real possibility that they will disown their adult child and be like, no, you're not in our family. You're not part of our family. You may have our last name. You may be blood related. Do not ever step foot back to our house, your childhood home, any family home. You are not, you're disowned. Like, that's a very real risk that you're taking, that you're hurting multiple people on such an emotional level for just one little fling, or even a prolonged fling. Absolutely horrible. Terrible. People do suck, unfortunately. People do suck. So, let us all be good people and make good choices. Let's take the time, take the few seconds to think about a choice and its action and its consequence, if there is any, and let's make good choices. It takes 2 seconds. It really does. And there are times where like there's two bad options, but one is the lesser evil. You just gotta. You just gotta. So let's not be horrible people. I would like this community to not be scary. I want this community to be safe. I want it to be comfortable. I want it to be silly and goofy and cozy and somewhere that people can feel safe coming in, being themselves, and just, whisk away for a few hours of their day to not worry about real life situations and just hang out for a little while. I don't have to worry about choosing not to cheat. I'm not getting the first girlfriend. Even better, but that also does go beyond physical cheating. There is such a thing as emotional cheating, where you do grow an emotional attachment to someone else and you become avoidant to your partner. There are things where it's mental cheating, where like you can fantasize about someone else and get your rocks off that way instead of your actual partner. There are limitations, right? Like this would be in the instance of like a real person that you know and interact with on a regular basis versus like a celebrity crush or an anime character or someone that is like almost like parasocial to a degree. Like there's lines to be drawn, but there are multiple forms of cheating. So that is something that is a thing and a very real issue that people can have. This got really dark and sad really fast. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This is meant to be happy, silly, fun times. This is not happy, silly, fun times. Who wants to gamble? Who wants to flip a coin? Hi, Coping Cat. Sorry you had to listen to all that and come into all that. Who wants to gamble? Who heads easy? All right. Anyone want to take tails? Anyone want to pull the tails? That fuck. I wanted that. Well, I guess who's getting tails? Oh, Foo, you are on a win streak. Cryptic, you should stop gambling. Let's fucking go! Absolutely crazy. What the fuck? What is that emo? Explode! I love it. That's so great. Oh my god. I've been yapping for 6.5 hours. My voice is shot. I do work tomorrow. What's today? Yeah, no, it's Christmas Eve. Um, I do work tomorrow. I also see my father, my dad, tomorrow. So we have a split deal of I visit my dad on Christmas Eve for dinner, and then we visit Mew's mom for Christmas Day. Working Christmas Eve sucks ass. It's a really short shift, so I don't mind. We usually don't, but because of the industry that I work in, it usually doesn't happen, but sometimes that's just kind of how it pans out. I work in the theater industry. I work at a box office for a playhouse theater, and just by happenstance, one of the resident companies has a show. It would have been worse actually, but um because there was supposed to be two shows tomorrow. I only worked the one in the matinee show, the early afternoon show, because they canceled the evening show because people kept not wanting to see the evening show because it's the evening before Christmas. Um, so they had their subscribers keep exchanging out of the Christmas Eve show to the point where it was like empty, like less than 100 people were seeing the show. So they're like, you know what, fuck it, we're canceling it. Um, and so everyone was either moved out to a different date or they got a refund or like a tax deductible credit to their account. So I only have to work the one show, which for me is really chill, but it also sucks because I know for a fact that that show is really fucking full. But this is nothing new. This is something that I've done for like 8 fucking years. So it's really not that bad. I think we get holiday pay, which I'm hoping. If we don't, that fucking blows. Um, but I don't have to work Christmas, and then I don't work again until I want to say Saturday. I want to say Saturday is when I work next. So not quite New Year's Eve, but definitely like end of the holiday season. Yeah, not terrible, not horrible. I am searching for a new job though. Because I live paycheck to paycheck and I live without exposing where I live um in a very expensive state, um very close to a big city that is known for being expensive. In a cat cafe. I wish, because then I'd be taken care of. I am a cat. Meow meow. I'd be taken care of in a cat cafe. Um, but yeah, no, I work paycheck to paycheck. I barely make enough to cover rent and bills and grocery, and that's if I work enough hours in a week. Because if I don't, then I'm paying 2 out of 3 of those. Yippee! So I am looking for a new job. It's been tough because I've been looking for, I want to say, 5 months at this point. Fortunately, I've had only one interview, and I didn't get that job because even though it's where my childhood friend works and she gave me an in, um, I didn't get past the first interview, which sucks. So we're back to the drawing board of trying to find other jobs that suck less and that hopefully either pay more or I get more hours for a similar pay rate. Yeah, it sucks. It really just sucks more because I live in such an expensive area. Also, teach you to laptop repair. I honestly probably know a good amount already because I clean and disassemble DSs and Switch controllers and PS4, PS5, and Xbox controllers. So I imagine I could probably pick up and learn laptop repair pretty easily, as I've also built my own PC. So I probably have a pretty good shot, realistically. And I like teaching myself things a lot because I taught myself how to make and rig Live 2D models because I've made 3 of my own. Pop quiz, what do you replace if the monitor has a black spot? You would replace one of the visual input cable. No, you okay, it depends. Because I have 2 thought processes. Either you replace the cable or you replace the actual monitor screen. I got a few friends in PC repair. They seem to be pretty content. I've heard that the PC industry is actually a pretty decent one. A plus, she's so smart. Yippee! Yeah, because I would assume, just like logically speaking, if the monitor has a dead spot on it, either you replace the cable because the cable is malfunctioning, or you would rip the entire screen out and replace the screen. Because if it's an old enough laptop, at some point something's gonna start dying and you have to replace things. And it becomes sort of like a ship of Theseus issue of, is this the same laptop after so many repairs? Or is this a completely different laptop because there's been so many repairs? Who knows? Not me, because I'm not a laptop repair technician. But I do like teaching myself things. I've done it on stream before where I did like a hand cam and I took apart Switch controllers and cleaned them and basically fully deconstructed them, where I took out like the circuit board and the ribbon cables and replaced the Joy-Con piece and all the things that happen inside the actual Switch controllers. I did have a Switch Lite before getting the Switch I have now, and I also fully disassembled that to clean them and replace the Joy-Con controllers because I didn't want them being white, I wanted them black. Same with all the buttons. So I had like the light blue Switch Lite, and I had this repair kit, and I switched out all the white joystick pieces and buttons and replaced them with the black exact variants. So much work for so little payoff, but it was something that I wanted to learn because I knew that having a Switch was like a long-term investment. So in case something stopped working or like if my controller had drift, I would know how to replace the joystick piece so that it wouldn't have drift anymore. Which did end up happening for not mine because I took very good care of my Switch, but my at the time boyfriend, now ex's Switch, one of the controllers had the slightest drift because he also had Animal Crossing and you couldn't do the thing where you look up at the sky because it still registered him as moving even though his character wasn't moving. So it had the tiniest, teeniest, tiniest bit of drift where you would not have noticed it unless I had found it in the way that I did. The lid assembly is considered one part cable and all. Oh, interesting. I would have considered that as multiple parts, but I can see why that would be singular. No dead zone calibration this far in is crazy. Oh, I did. That's the thing, is I did do the dead zone calibration. Like I closed out the game. I took a Switch because he asked me to like run around do shit for him as he was doing something else. noticed it because like the shooting star things where like you hear it as it's going down and I'm trying to like flip the view to look up at the sky and it wasn't going. So I'm like, huh, that's weird. Saved and closed out the game, went to the system configuration to do the calibration. Yeah, you can calibrate the sticks but not expand the dead zone. So I was looking into it. So I recalibrated the sticks just to make sure. I did also look up how to fix the dead zone, and I did that, and it still didn't help. So I told him like 5 minutes later of like, hey, one of your Joy-Cons has drift. He's like, what? How? Like, no, it doesn't. I'm like, it does because like, and I showed him on my Switch of like, okay, like I can do this, but I have to be perfectly still. I can't be moving because the second that I do, it switches the view back down to like the somewhat overhead, but like not fully. But if I do it on yours, it doesn't do it at all because it's registering that you're moving. So your Joy-Con has drift. And he's like, "Oh my god. Like I don't have the money to like get a replacement Joy-Con because he had like the full Switch, so like the ones where you can like undock the controller. Thankfully, I had my repair kit and I'm like, "It's fine. Give me 5 minutes. I'll fix it and I'll replace it." He's like, "What?" And I did that. I just took out the piece that had drift, replaced it with same color Joy-Con, tested it, gave it back to him, like, okay, here you go. Was completely fine. And he's like, what? When did you learn to do that? I'm like, I don't know, 4 months ago when I got this like repair kit and taught myself. And unfortunately, he's extremely ambitious. And as soon as he learns something, he wants to try to make a profit for it, weirdly enough. So he's like, oh my god, you can do like switch repairs and you can charge people. I'm like, yeah, I could, but I'm not. Because the only people I would be doing that for is you, me, and like a handful of your friends that also have a Switch because I'm not doing it for random strangers. I got an argument about it and whatever. I'm no longer with them. That's the important part. I'm now with someone that is much better, much sweeter, much more compassionate, and much more understanding. Though he does think that it's cool that I have all this knowledge, he's not going to try to turn me for a profit. So, you live and you learn. Anyway, it is 6.5 hours. I can feel my voice dying. And I'm sorry if you can also hear that my voice is dying. So, it's crazy. Some people have like 6 sets of Joy-Cons. Like, bro, repairs are free, and fixing is like $5. Crazy. Insane, actually. Yeah, I should get some rest because I do have to get up at a reasonable time tomorrow, which sucks. I will be getting some rest. We are going to throw back on some.
It's the holidays, so get them.
Ah! Shut up, Pizza Hut. You're delicious, but fuck you. Sorry. I was trying to put on music for you guys, so it's not just like sad, awkward silence. What? Why did that like? What did what? Why did that play? Hello? Why did that play twice? Goth Kitty raid. Who are we raiding? There we go. There we go. Yeah. Who are we raiding, guys? I don't have a lot of people online. There we go. Oh, did the raid thing not go off? Yeah, it's not a space, it's just one consecutive word. Yes, that is the raid command. First one, the dancy, the boogie is for subscribers. Second one's for followers with the little purple hearts. I don't have anyone to raid, unfortunately. If you guys have someone, I am all ears. Otherwise, we can also just end it here and not raid anyone. Oh my god. Iron Mouse? No, I don't think she'd. I don't think she'd has random people raiding her. As neat as that would be, I am but a nobody. Comparative to her. Let's go raid. Someone called Precious Angel Wings. They're doing some silly little doodles. Very cute, very sweet. I think I spelled that right. Go say hi. Go be nice. Go wish them a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, whatever thing that they might celebrate, and I will see you soon, an undetermined day because holidays and things. But if you're in my Discord, I will keep you up to date. Until then, stay safe, stay hydrated, and I'll see you next time. Happy holidays. Bye bye.